I'll now open the public hearing without objection on item number 4, the proposed City of Austin fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget. As we start this, and as we've discussed a number of times, we will not actually vote on the budget today. The vote on the adoption of the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget will be on August 16th, 2023, here in City Hall, 301 West 2nd Street, Austin, Texas, at 10 o'clock a.m. The council budget and discussions and voting will continue to August 17th and 18th if necessary. We will also allow testimony or public comment on the 16th. With that, Madam Clerk, I will call on you to begin the public hearing that has now been opened. It is my understanding that we have a number of Spanish speakers, and we have a time limit on our interpreter. So I would request, without objection from the council, that we call the Spanish speakers that need an interpreter to please come forward first, so that we can meet the time constraints.
Mayor, I'm going to start. I'll find the Spanish speakers just a second. I'm just going to call a speaker to get started. Casey Sodergreen.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Sodergren. I'm a resident of District 9, and I'm speaking in support of the community investment budget and to express my concern with the city manager's budget proposal to increase APD funding. Public safety is not achieved through the police. As Miriam Caba has said, quote, a system that never addresses the why behind harm never actually contains the harm itself, unquote. Funding the police ignores the why, and it makes our problems bigger, fueling the false narrative that more police are needed. Real public safety and, moreover, public wellness requires investments into things like permanent supportive housing, an expansion of the guaranteed income pilot program, and support for home-based child care providers who provide affordable, culturally relevant care with flexible schedules for Austin families. They make unlivable wages so people who have children can contribute to our economy. From an economic and moral standpoint, they require city support. A back-to-basics budget is dismissive of progress we've made, i.e. the Equity Office, and does not reflect the values of myself or this community. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move forward to in-person speakers, Mayor, for Spanish translation. The first speaker is Claire Morel.
I'm having a hard time hearing the name. Who's first?
Claire Morel. Followed by Yvonne Tenorio.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ivonne Salinas, soy residente y dueña de mi casa en el Distrito 2.
Good afternoon, my name is Yvonne Salinas. I am a resident and I own my house on District Number 2.
En mi día con día y con el trabajo que hago en las comunidades veo la necesidad de tener más acceso a apoyo en las personas de color para navegar los sistemas tan complejos y confusos.
In my day-to-day life, when I work in the community, I can see the need for access and support for the people of color so we can navigate the systems that are very complex and confusing.
Es por esto que les pido que la Oficina de Equidad siga siendo independiente.
It is the reason why I'm asking you to please keep the Equity Office independent.
La Oficina de Equidad para nosotros como latinos e inmigrantes representa la esperanza que podamos tener una ciudad justa en la que podemos sentir que estamos incluidos y somos bienvenidos.
The Equity Office represents for all of us, Latinos and immigrants, the hope that we can have a just city, one that we can feel included and welcoming.
Tenerla de manera autónoma es un gran avance de la ciudad en cuanto a las relaciones con las minorías.
Having it in an autonomous, independent is a big advance for the city in areas that have to do with relationship with the minorities.
Quitarle su independencia sería regresar a los antiguos y obsoletos formas de gobernar en donde la voz de la comunidad no importa.
Taking away its independence will be going back to the antiquated way of form of government where the voice of the community is not important.
También les pido que se apoye el presupuesto de inversión comunitaria.
I also ask you to please support the budget from the community.
Un ejemplo que apoya directamente a la estabilidad económica de las familias en el programa de ingresos garantizados. Este programa también les ayuda a alcanzar otras metas que los lleva a tener una vida mejor.
An example is to support the direct stability, economic stability of the families in the program of income, guarantee income. This program will help achieve the goals of the families that are receiving it.
Otro programa que necesitamos que se den fondos es el programa que ayuda a pagar la renta. Al día de hoy todavía hay familias que no han podido recuperarse de la pandemia.
Another program that we need your support is the funding for help to pay the rent. Today, there are families that are still struggling and unable to recuperate from the pandemic.
Hoy estas familias trabajadoras viven con mucho estrés y desesperanza por no tener una vivienda totalmente segura.
Today, these families, hardworking family, live with so much stress and desperation under a roof where they feel insecure. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next Spanish speaker is Gerardo Sanchez.
Haces dos y luego voy yo.
Hola, mi nombre es Gerardo Sánchez. Yo vivo en el Distrito 4, Austin, Texas.
Hello, my name is Gerardo Sanchez. I live in District 4 in Austin, Texas.
Mi papá trabaja en plomería y mi mamá trabaja en un Jack in the Box.
My father is a plumber and my mom works at Jack in the Box.
Pero a mí me gustaría tener más parques y tener más parques de agua y me gustaría que la ciudad nos ayudara a arreglar mi casa.
But I would like to have more parks. I would like to have more water parks. And I would like for the city to help us fix our home.
Porque está un poco rota, me gustaría que la ciudad ayudara a mis papás porque son muy trabajadores, pero aún necesitan ayuda.
Because it's a little bit broken. And the city could help us fix our home because my parents work so hard.
Porque tengo 2 hermanos y una hermana. Son muchos gastos de la renta. Quiero ayudar para que tengamos una ciudad feliz.
Because I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. And it's a lot to pay rent. And I want to have a beautiful city.
Saludos y bendiciones.
Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. ¿Cuántos años tienes?
13.
Bienvenidos. Thank you. Gracias.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Rosario Nava.
Not here.
Magdalena Alvarez.
Not here.
Luz Tapia.
Qué bueno, felicidades. Despacito para que la pueda ayudar.
Bueno, ¿ya empiezo?
Sí, de una vez, señora.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luz Tapia. El día de hoy represento a la organización misma.
Good afternoon. My name is Luz Tapia. Today, I am representing the organization MISMA,
la cual representa a más de 300 mujeres trabajadoras y nos dedicamos al trabajo del hogar.
Together, we represent 300 women who work in people's home,
Cuidado de niños,
taking care of children,
personas mayores,
caring for senior,
mascotas y limpieza de casas.
caring for pets, and cleaning the houses.
Vengo a pedir a los regidores y al presidente municipal
I'm coming here to ask the mayor and the council
apoyo para el presupuesto de inversión comunitaria,
support for the community budget,
el cual proporciona servicios a nuestra comunidad,
which provides services to our community,
que se necesita para la ayuda de escuelas,
which is needed to help schools,
programas para niños especiales,
special needs children,
actividades de verano para nuestros niños,
and summer activities for our kids,
parques y pago de renta,
parks, and rental payment.
apoyo para el programa de ingresos garantizados,
To support the program to guarantee income.
Vivo en el Distrito 7 y muchas gracias por su atención.
I live on District 7, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Leonor Garcia.
Muy bien, gracias.
Tantitas oraciones y luego yo. Sí, por favor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leonor García Márquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonor García Márquez.
El día de hoy estoy representando a nuestra organización misma.
Today, I'm representing our organization, MISMA.
Es una organización sin fines de lucro
It is a non-profit organization,
y significa mujeres inspiradas en sueños, metas y acciones.
and it means women that are inspired on dreams and goals.
Es una organización de más de 300 mujeres de Austin y los alrededores.
It is a group of more than 300 women in Austin and the surrounded communities.
Que se dedican a las labores domésticas
We are dedicated to working in people's home
y empodera a las mujeres que conozcan sus derechos laborales y reciban un trato justo y digno en su lugar de trabajo.
and empower women so they know their rights and they can receive a just treatment and a place of work that is dignified.
El día de hoy vengo a pedir a los regidores y al presidente municipal
Today, I'm asking the mayor and the council
que apoyen a nuestra organización
to please support our organization
como parte del presupuesto de inversión comunitario
by supporting the community budget
para que haya acceso a más ayudas a la comunidad,
so we can have access to support our community.
como por ejemplo
For example,
ayudas para la renta,
help to pay the rent
para el programa de ingresos garantizados.
with the guaranteed program of income.
Muchas gracias a todos por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Soy del Distrito 4.
I am living on District Number 4.
Gracias. Thank you.
Next speaker is Candy Aguilera.
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to move back over to remote speakers because we have a French interpreter that's going to be coming down right now. If we can have the French interpreter come down, please, to the podium.
Done? Good? Okay.
If we can have the French interpreter come down to the podium, please. And I'm going to call the speaker's name. It's Marguerite Lisa Giorno.
Yes.
Allô?
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Marguerite Njomo.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Jomo.
Je vis dans Austin, Texas.
I live in Austin, Texas.
Recevoir le paiement du revenu a fait de moi beaucoup de différences.
Can you repeat that? Est-ce que tu peux répéter?
Et dit recevoir le paiement du revenu garanti a fait une différence pour moi.
coming to this country has made a difference in my life.
Yeah, parce que avec cela, j'ai pu offrir, acheter de la nourriture, compléter parfois pour payer mon loyer.
Receiving the help has helped me pay for rent and buy groceries for my family.
Je vous exhorte vraiment à investir dans la stabilité financière d'un plus grand nombre de ménages.
So I would like to exhort you to invest in the stability of the households that are like mine,
Car cela améliore la vie, incluant les garanties dans le budget de 2024.
because it guarantees that it will help get that money from the budget of 2023-2024.
Le bureau de l'équipe a joué un très grand rôle dans la réalisation de ce projet.
Est-ce que tu peux répéter?
Le bureau de l'équipe a joué un rôle très important dans la réalisation du revenu.
The office has played a great role in the realization of this project.
Austin se développe rapidement et subit les facteurs de stress climatique croissants.
It's going to help in curbing the stress that's created by the climate change.
Investir dans les priorités du budget d'investissement communautaire.
And help in the communal investment.
Les services sociaux et les initiatives de qualité de vie.
Social services and the quality of life.
Permet de réduire la criminalité.
Help to reduce the criminality.
Et les filets de sécurité sociale qui nous protègent.
And can you repeat that? Est-ce que tu peux répéter? C'est très difficile de t'entendre.
Et les filets de sécurité sociale qui nous protègent. Merci.
And the social security that's protecting us.
Okay, merci.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your interpretation.
I hope I did my job.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back to, we have two more Spanish speakers in person. I'm going to call Luis Ordaz.
Muy buenas tardes, Consejo. Mi nombre es Luis Ordaz Gutiérrez y soy el director artístico ejecutivo de Proyecto Teatro. Estoy aquí en solidaridad de la comunidad hispanohablante de Austin. For my English-speaking community, my name is Luis Ordaz Gutiérrez, and I am the artistic and executive director of Proyecto Teatro. And I, as a director of a cultural arts organization, am here in solidarity and on behalf of the Spanish-speaking community of Austin. Now, I moved here when I was 3 months old by my family, a single mother who moved from Mexico here to Austin. And I've seen 4 decades go by. So I consider myself an Austinite. And truthfully, I don't want to go back to an Austin of the 90s or the 2000s where community engagement was an afterthought, where I would see my mother not be able to have access in her language, not have resources in her language, and maybe not even have the opportunity to be here today to speak in her native language as a contributing member of this city. I'm a living, breathing intersection of the most vulnerable communities of this city. I'm an artist, I'm an immigrant, I'm a Spanish speaker, and I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. This means that I have the privilege and the challenge of living with these 4 identities and representing these 4 communities. So my fight for equity is fourfold. This new budget proposal has numerous flaws, but I only have time to maybe give feedback on 2 or 3 that directly impact my 4 identities. The reorganizing of the offices of equity, sustainability, civil rights, and resilience. Let's cut the BS. It's basic business 101. We know what happens to offices that get dissolved.
I'm sorry, sir, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Hector Ordaz and Maria Luisa Gutierrez.
Sí, mucho gusto.
Okay, mucho gusto. Sí,
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Luisa.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Luisa.
Y orgullosamente, mamá de Luis Ordaz.
I am very proud to be Luis' mom.
Madre soltera,
Single mother,
emigrante
immigrant
de México
from Mexico,
en los años 80,
from the 80s,
3 hijos,
3 kids,
uno con parálisis cerebral,
one with paralysis partially,
otro 3 años
3 years,
y un bebé.
and a baby.
Llegué aquí y no se hablaba español.
I came here and no one spoke Spanish.
Vine para darle una vida mejor a mi hijo con la discapacidad.
I came here to give a better life to my son.
Gracias a Dios, a los doctores, al destino,
Thank you to the Lord, the doctors, and the neighbors.
me dieron lo que yo ahora tengo que retribuir.
I got what now I need to give back.
Mi hijo con parálisis,
My son with paralysis,
muchas operaciones, salió adelante y ahora camina.
many operations, and now he can walk.
Y me mantiene.
And he pays for my bills.
Mi otro hijo gay, orgullosamente,
My other son, gay,
me hacen ver y vivir realmente la equidad.
they help me see and live the equity.
La comunidad de Austin la represento
The community of Austin I represent,
y me han dado la oportunidad
and it has given me the opportunity
para poder fundar hace 20 años
so I can create 20 years ago
Proyecto Teatro,
Proyecto Teatro.
compañía artística.
It's an arts organization.
Estoy aquí porque los cambios que yo vi del 80
I'm here because the changes that I saw in the 80s
a la fecha
to today,
son grandes
they're big.
y hacen que podamos nosotros
And it makes for us
poder dar nuestro mejor potencial
give our best self
a la gente que nos dio tanto.
to the people that gave us so much.
Por eso no me voy, estoy aquí en Austin
That's why I don't live, and that's what I'm here in Austin.
y estoy ante ustedes pidiéndoles
And I'm here in front of all of you, asking you
compromiso,
commitment,
ética que la tienen,
ethical that you have,
pero muchas veces nuestro ego
but many times our ego
es una barrera para no poder desarrollarnos.
is a barrier that doesn't allow us to develop.
Y bueno, son 3 minutos, no puedo contarles mucho, me gustaría platicar con ustedes.
And it's only 3 minutes. I know I cannot talk to you that long. I have so much to share.
De todo lo bello que es mi vida, soy exitosa
Of all the beautiful things that I have lived, I am successful.
y solamente les pido
I am
que nos
only-
escuchen
I'm only asking you to please listen
y trabajar juntos.
and to work together.
Nosotros estamos dispuestos,
We are here. We are willing.
también ustedes. Gracias.
Please be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all Spanish speakers who have requested interpretation services. Mayor, I'm going to jump back to remote speakers.
Thank you all very much for being here, and thank you to our interpreter. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Vela.
just wanted to say a quick thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todos que hablaron tan fuerte del corazón. Le agradecemos sus palabras y su presencia aquí en el Palacio Municipal. Thank you all to the Spanish speakers. Their speaking from the heart. Their voices are strong, and it's great to have them here at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Rafael Guillen. Mr. Guillen, please unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rafael Guillen. I'm a resident of District 7. I'm also speaking today in support of the community investment budget. I'm very concerned with the city manager's budget proposal to increase APD funding by $32 million. The city of Austin has paid around $30 million in settlements to victims of police brutality, and yet this proposal budget would increase APD's budget by the largest amount in history, to my knowledge. Public safety is investing in programs highlighted here already, such as the $16 million for emergency rental assistance. Public safety is $18 million for wage increases for paramedics and the rest of the workers that make the city run. I agree with my fellow Austin residents testifying today. Interim City Garza's Back to Basics budget reverses the clock on civil rights, equity, and social justice, and to my mind doesn't reflect the values of this community. I am a public school teacher. I teach high school. And in addition to supporting the other demands here today, I wanted to emphasize and highlight that I'm in favor of funding for the Parent Support Specialists, or the PSS program, who are often the first responders to families when their students are facing crises, and they help their parents get involved in their students' education. My first language is Spanish. I am the son of a carpenter and a housekeeper. I wouldn't be here testifying to you in English or studied at the University of Texas without the intervention of public service like this when I attended public school in Texas. The current funding system is a patchwork of grants and district money that often means job insecurity for the team and uncertainty for campuses and students. Ensuring one funding source that takes into account the cost of living in Austin, which affects us teachers as well, helps us eliminate that uncertainty and retain staff who are vital to student success. We can't do this unless we do this as a community. Take the money from APD and don't hide behind unnecessary increases to the general reserves. We simply can't have another budget cycle of Manager Garza. Public safety is the full scope of the community investment budget, and you can make it happen with a balanced budget. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker is Noelia Mann.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Noelia Mann, and I live in Austin City Council District 7, and I work in the city supporting renters. I'm speaking in my personal capacity and in opposition to the proposed city budget. Like 55% of Austinites, I'm a renter, and I'm deeply concerned that community requests for significant increases in rental assistance funds and funding to protect tenants from displacement have been ignored, and that instead the proposed budget defunds existing tenant support programs, leaving renters in Austin vulnerable to displacement, landlord neglect, and discrimination. Over 900 evictions were filed in Travis County in the month of June alone. In fact, on June 20th, 129 eviction petitions were filed, the highest number of eviction filings in Travis County in a single day so far this year and since the beginning of the pandemic. The vast majority of renters I speak with who are facing evictions are in this position because they are unable to pay ever-increasing rents in this city. Rental assistance programs are a vital component of keeping our neighbors safely housed. As I'm sure you're well aware, evictions are associated with negative health outcomes, including mental illness, substance use, suicide, and high blood pressure. Mothers and children who experience eviction are at elevated risk of material hardship, depression, and poor health outcomes. Youth with a history of housing insecurity tend to have lower test scores, more absences, are more likely to drop out, and are also more likely to experience behavioral issues and come into contact with the criminal legal system. Defunding programs to support renters in Austin is just one of the many ways in which this budget fails Austinites, and I once again urge you to vote no. Thank you.
The next speaker is Crystal Luing.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Watson and distinguished members. My name is Crystal Leung, and I'm a resident of District One, I would like to discuss the concern in the budget regarding appropriate oversight of our public safety agencies, specifically relating to the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, also known as OCMO. The Office of Police Oversight plays an important role in ensuring police officers meet the high standards expected by citizens of Austin. The budget placement of this police office department under management services, as opposed to under the police department, is crucial in unbiased oversight of the office. What isn't as well known is that OCMO performs a very similar role for medical care that is provided by both the EMS and fire departments. Every EMT and paramedic in the EMS and fire departments works directly under the medical license of the OCMO Chief Medical Officer, who is directly responsible for ensuring the quality of care that is provided. Because of these responsibilities, OCMO's primary function can also be described as the Office of Medical Oversight. City Council previously approved the separation of the OCMO budget from the agencies that it oversees, in the same way that the Office of Police Oversight budget is independent from the police department. However, this back to basics budget attempts to oversimplify department structures and combines OCMO, aka the Office of Medical Oversight, into the EMS budget. This combination presents tremendous conflict of interest for OCMO's oversight to EMS, and it also discounts the responsibility that OCMO has to the hundreds of fire department personnel. OCMO's effectiveness and impartiality is contingent on its independence, just like the Office of Police Oversight. I asked Mayor Watson and council members to re-examine the proposed budget and ensure that the city provides and maintains high-quality patient care to the citizens of Austin.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has expired.
Excuse me, if the speaker is still on, this is Councilmember Allison Alter. If you could please write my office so that we can be in touch with you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maida Gumbo Vedros.
Hi, sorry, I'm actually in the room. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Mayor Vedros. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a member of ASBE 1624 in Austin, DSA, and I'm imploring you as my union siblings on the dais to vote down item 4, because not only is every penny we add to the APD budget a penny we never get back because of HB 1900, the increase comes from moving civilian positions around to artificially increase their budget and gesture a bias to action, which doesn't do much at all. Not only is Mr. Garza's so-called bias to action just smoke and mirrors, he has shown a lack of respect for staff as he moves and reorganizes departments on a whim in Friday memos. He said teleworking is unfair to our hardworking field staff, but instead of giving them raises and benefits and many attempts with little job security and no benefits, he decided to make unfounded and unpopular cuts to a working condition that improves the entire city. So I'm begging you to invest in the community and in workers, invest in rental assistance, in fair housing, in EMS, in early childhood education, and not the cops, and not a return to austerity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Francesca Lee.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Watson and City Council members. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I live in the South Central Austin area of District 5. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony today. I am opposed to item 4, the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget, because it does not adequately reflect community priorities. And I am especially concerned with the discrepancy between the priorities laid out in the community investment budget and the proposed FY 23-24 homeless response effort appropriation described in the section beginning on page 60 of the proposed city budget. I want to acknowledge the language in the proposed budget describing a future in which Austin can, quote, unite through a community of governments, organizations, and citizenry, diligently and passionately working together to functionally end homelessness by making it rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. However, the proposed budget does not live up to this aspiration. Instead, it seems to effectively defund programs to support and stabilize tenants and includes no funding to expand or create new programs that would minimize displacement pressure for both tenants and homeowners. I encourage you to
address the discrepancy between the community priorities as laid out in the community investment budget and to prioritize a holistic response to supporting our unhoused neighbors in the city of Austin, and to effectively support all Austinites and strengthen our community investments in all areas of Austin and our values as Austin voters. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Next speaker is David Johnson.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Johnson. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a policy and research organizer with Grassroots Leadership. And I wanted to speak in opposition to item 4. The budget that has been submitted is not the budget that Austin needs or deserves today. It is actually much closer to the type of budget that interim city manager Garza was known for during his previous tenure at the city of Austin. And it was funny because it seemed so similar. I thought I'd go back and look into what the press had to say about it then. And it's so wonderful that the Austin Chronicle said every year Garza and the council, both armored with the perceived will of the people, butt heads in ritual combat over spending priorities. And that's what happens every year that ever works with the city manager. But what we see today with city manager Garza or interim city manager Garza is the same makeup of funding priorities that he's always pushed. He's always pushed business first. He's always pushed police first. That has been his MO. There's nothing new or different about what he's doing. And the sad thing about that is very much has changed in the 2 decades since he worked in the city of Austin. Very much has changed about Austin. This is not the same city, and therefore the same tools that he and Mayor Watson used 2 decades ago aren't the tools that are going to work. And when you use the wrong tool, you instead use a weapon. So please stop weaponizing financial needs and neglecting what our city truly demands and deserves. Please say no to this budget proposal and push for a budget that is more equitable, that actually addresses the needs of our community, like the community investment budget. Because know that the very last thing that we should ever think about is what the business interests need in order for the people who keep everything moving.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has expired. Next speaker is John Harris.
Hey, my name is John Harris. I am in District 6, and I'm opposed to item number 4. I appreciate the time of Mayor Watson and the council members. But first of all, the budget is a reflection of our values and priorities. That's what it is. So what we vote on means this is what we believe in, is about priorities. And the first issue I have is with homeless prevention services. We're reducing this program by 95%. So basically taking away and leaving them with 5% to make sure we stop homelessness before it happens. Now, I work at a food pantry down here in Austin. And I also work with people on the verge of homelessness. And I see it every week where people are losing one paycheck, one bill from being homeless. And we're taking away that program for other priorities that people think, and this will lead to more homeless. We complain about it, but then we don't want to do anything to solve it. There's a huge difference to be able to do an ounce of prevention and actually give somebody a $500 or $100 voucher than it is to basically try to get them out of homelessness. And I've seen this firsthand. Please reinstate this budget. Next one is the community investment budget. The budget that we see now ignores the group's recommendation. It basically is a broad coalition across Austin, and they look at the big picture, and maybe there are people you agree with. You have to look at each item. You can't just say, I don't agree with them. I understand that we need to look at each of those items and vote on each of those and make sure what is included, again, with our values and priorities. Then lastly, we have actually, it's a moderate increase in the police budget. Austin has said over and over, we do not want to increase police budget. I know it's not unpopular. That's unpopular with some, but you have to make sure you're doing the right thing for what Austinites want. I know we have a different opinion from the state governor, but I did not elect a mayor to be represented by my governor. I did not elect a city council person to be my governor. I want you
Thank you. Your time
do
is
what's
expired.
Thank you,
best
Speaker.
to make
Your time
sure-
has expired. Next speaker is Heidi Sloan.
Hi, Council. My name is Heidi Sloan. I'm a resident of District 1, and I organize with Austin DSA. I want to support the statements made previously regarding the community investment budget and in opposition to this proposed budget. In particular, I want to highlight the lack of investment in tenant support and homelessness prevention. This budget calls for a mere $1.1 billion investment in emergency rental assistance, eviction defense, tenant legal, and support services. We call for a $16 million investment in these services to support our tenant majority city, where housing affordability, displacement, and homelessness are constantly top of the list of community concerns. I served on the Community Development Commission for the City of Austin for 4 years until I left in May. I worked in homeless services for 9 years. In my time on the CDC, I received the reports of thousands of Austinites applying for rental assistance every single year. And while the city was able to help some, they were not able to help enough. Many more were unable to receive support. If you look into the makeup of folks experiencing homelessness right now in Austin, they are largely newly homeless, and that number is spiking. Council, the best way to decrease homelessness is to prevent it. Public safety looks like keeping Austinites in their homes, not policing folks who have been evicted. This is the most humane, decent, and just approach to preventing the harms of homelessness, but it is also the most fiscally responsible. Stop pouring more and more funding into sweeping encampments from one place to another and start funding their prevention. This is the will of people from all across Austin to prevent homelessness, and you have the decision before you today on how we allocate resources. Please reject item 4.
Next speaker is Brian Seward.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian Seward. I am a resident of District 10. I'm speaking today in support of the community investment budget and to express my concern with the budget proposal to increase APD funding by $32 million. Another speaker has already pointed out the settlements that the city has paid out to victims of police brutality, as well as the record police budget that this proposal would represent. As we all know, earlier this year, Austin voters decided overwhelmingly to pass Proposition A, reject Proposition B. So keeping police budgets at a minimum is in step with the tenor of the community. I'm of the opinion that public safety is not more policing. Rather, it's money for emergency rental assistance. It's money for wage increases for paramedics and the rest of the workers that make our city run. I'd much rather see this funding go to places like the EMS budget, the 9/11 call center budget, both of which have higher vacancy rates than the police department. I'd much rather see this funding go to places that address our community issues at their source, like homelessness prevention. For far too long, we've deprioritized funding EMS among many other public services more conducive to public safety than APD. We should be putting this money directly in the hands of our community members as much as possible. Prioritizing the community investment budget, in my opinion, best reflects our community's needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eleanor Riley Condit.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm here today to support the community investment budget and speak against the proposed budget of item number 4. Like so many people that have just spoken, one of my main concerns is homelessness and our unhoused neighbors. I live in District 1, and just in the last year, I have seen many, many more people on my street resorting to living in their cars because they do not have the ability to pay the exorbitant rents that continue to increase in my neighborhood on my street. And I want to speak specifically against increasing funding for the Austin Police Department when we could be using that funding for emergency rental assistance, using that funding for money that would support folks not becoming unhoused in the first place. I think, as many folks that have spoken before me have said, we know that this is what our community wants, and we are looking to the mayor and to the city council to act in the way that our community desires. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Juan Benitez.
Hi, my name is Juan Benitez, and I am the Chief Advancement Officer for Texas Health Action and our program, the Kind Clinic. We have an expertise in serving and providing health care to LGBTQIA+ people and people impacted by HIV. We provided free testing for sexually transmitted infections, or STIs, to over 11,000 Austinites in 2022. And this was a 176% increase from 2021. The proposed budget does not account for the growth in demand and increasing rates of infections in Austin. There are currently no federal or state resources to combat rising rates of STIs, so it's on local governments to fund this work and support community organizations on the front lines of this work to do beyond what city health departments have the capacity to do. Austin Public Health alone saw a 38% increase in STI testing last year. And at Kind Clinic, we're seeing that 20% of our patients are testing positive for an STI, and most of these infections are in young Black and Latino and LGBTQ communities. The city of Houston just recently declared an outbreak of syphilis after a 128% increase in infections. And organizations across the state are already closing their doors and shutting down their STI programs because of lack of funding. And Austin runs the risk of running of similar public health crises if we don't invest in our public health infrastructure and community STI testing programs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anthony Pandolfino.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Today I'm speaking in support of the CIB and against Garza's proposed budget. As others have mentioned, it would be a far more effective use of our city's budget to address the root causes of our city's issues, such as a lack of investment in working class neighborhoods, a lack of access to social services for the most vulnerable populations, a lack of affordable and supportive housing, and a lack of access to mental health services, the latter of which I'm going to speak to specifically. The increase to the police budget in Garza's proposal is a maneuver that skirts around the recent police oversight bill that was passed by an overwhelming majority vote by our community. The CIB is meant to be a reflection of our community values, and allowing more jobs to be given to the police department would be a direct infringement of the decisions of our community. Rather, we should invest in police oversight and reallocate funds to other more essential crisis service providers, such as EMTs and Integral Care, MCOT. EMTs and MCOT are trauma-informed workers who respond to mental health crisis situations more appropriately than police, who often traumatize individuals in crisis and ensnare them into the prison industrial complex, further exacerbating their struggles, and even grievously physically harm individuals in crisis. EMTs and MCOT workers' immense value to our community should be prioritized, and the reallocation of funds in the proposed CIB budget away from the police and to these frontline workers would be a step in the right direction and a real reflection of our community's values. Thank you all.
Next speaker is Grace LaDuca.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace LaDuca. I'm a resident of District 3 in Austin, and I've been a teacher for the past 2 years. The interim city manager, Jesus Garza's Back to Basics budget turns back the clock on civil rights, equity, and social justice, and does not reflect the values of the community. As a teacher, I know it is essential for there to be parent support specialists to help families navigate AISD, and which this council has funded every year but won't make permanent. The budget should prioritize investing in education and community support. Police have taken the lion's share of the budget for far too long, and Austin instead needs to focus on long-term solutions for public safety. Investing in solutions like the community investment budget and ensuring the right responders are sent to emergencies will help Austinites achieve safety. Money should go to address community issues at their source, and this budget does not reflect community needs and values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nathan Graves. Mr.
My name is
Graves?
Nathan Graves, and can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see. My name is Nathan Graves. I thank God that I'm in Austin DSA so that I can serve my neighbor. I'm speaking against item 4. Every budget is a moral document. This budget basically says the poor can live on the street as long as we have enough armed guards to keep them out of wealthy neighborhoods. In a city where people cannot afford to live, it's ridiculous that the city manager is proposing adding more money to enforcers who already violate civil rights and are cutting funding from the threadbare services we provide as a Band-Aid to the poorest in this city. We make the city run, but the workers who work in this city are not given the slightest recognition from our city manager. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pat Valstreyes.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city manager. My name is Pat Valstreyes. I have been an Austin resident since 1985, and I live in District 3. As all of you know, the Austin Animal Shelter is overcrowded and staff are overextended and stressed, trying to save the lives of the 95% of the animals as required by the no-kill plan. The long-term solution must include preventing so many unwanted animals from being born. For the last 3 years, the spay-neuter surgeries that were supposed to be performed by Emancipet in their mobile van that serves low-income residents fell far, far short due to COVID closings and shortages of veterinarians. Funding you had allocated for spay-neuter surgeries for low-income people will return to the general fund. Please increase the funding for spay-neuter in FY 23-24 to allow funding for a third-party vendor to get a contract from the City of Austin to perform an additional 2,000 surgeries a quarter, in addition to those performed by city contract with Emancipet. This is very important to help us catch up to the surgeries that were not performed in the last 3 years. And this is very much needed by the people of Austin who cannot afford the regular prices at veterinarians when there isn't city funding for that service. Councilmember Vela, thank you again for expressing your support for spay-neuter. At the last budget hearing, I thanked you for asking a good question about spay-neuter and expressing support. I received your recent newsletter that you are in favor of increasing funding, and I would ask that your colleagues support you in that and that you fund the 8,000 surgeries next year that are in addition to the...
Next speaker is Isabella Call.
Hello, Mayor Watson and esteemed council members. I'm Isabella Call. I live in District 1. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I, like many other speakers on here, came today to support the community investment budget and to plead that you vote down the city manager's budget proposal, the one that would increase APD funding by $32 million. The city of Austin has already paid around $30 million in settlements to police brutality victims, and I don't understand why we should give the APD $32 million more in the largest department funding in history. Austin voters, myself included, decided overwhelmingly to pass the Austin Police Oversight Act and reject the Austin Police Association's lies. So there's no reason to give them more money. In no corporation or industry would someone who wrongfully hurt others on the job be rewarded with a raise, and I think that the Austin PD should be held to the same standard at the very least. APD can't provide $16 million for emergency rental assistance, and it also can't provide $18 million for wage increases for paramedics and the rest of the workers that make the city run. But there are organizations right now that can, and I would much prefer that they have these funds. So I think it's time to allocate that money away from APD and towards those crucial community services that keep us educated, healthy, and housed. Public safety is the full scope of the community investment budget, and with a balanced budget, I think that could happen and be a much better choice. Please reject item 4. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christopher Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Watson and council members. My name is Christopher Hamilton. I'm a resident of District 10 and the Chief Executive Officer of Texas Health Action, and I'm asking for additional consideration regarding the initial budget proposal for Austin Public Health and healthcare in our city. We operate Kind Clinic and other health programs in Texas. Kind Clinic focuses on sexual health services like sexually transmitted infection testing, treatment, HIV prevention through PrEP and PEP, and HIV medical care. And the largest number of patients we have reside in Travis County. We are seeing growth and increased need for sexually transmitted infection testing and treatment, but this budget isn't keeping pace with the demand in the area. In our community health report detailing activities of our walk-in testing center that provided over 11,000 STI testing visits last year, 20%, 1 in 5 people tested positive for STIs. And we saw a 176% increase in the demand for STI testing from the prior year. We are reaching communities that may traditionally have difficulty accessing healthcare and that are disproportionately impacted by STIs and HIV. This budget's inadequate increase for the Disease Prevention and Health Promotion Program of APH barely covers the increased cost of the current status and does not increase capacity. Funding is not coming from the state or the federal level. We have to take this up as a community to take care of ourselves. We need a sustained level of support and commitment to health of our community and continue to fund and invest in a basic health infrastructure. We ask you to consider increasing funding for disease prevention and health promotion, focusing on STI testing and treatment that includes community partners. This will fall on us to take care of ourselves as a community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Emil Kleigot-Perlt.
Thanks. My name's Emil Kleigot-Perlt. I'm a city employee and an engineer with Austin Energy. I'm here to advocate we reduce the 2 biggest slices of the budget. We need to, first, APD. We need to consider the APD budget as a cost per capita. We're already paying more than many of our peer cities. Are we really getting better response times and outcomes in exchange for those additional funds? I don't think so. And I'll defer to the previous speakers on redirecting APD funds towards targets that actually have majority support in Austin. Second biggest slice, Group A retirement commitments. Full disclosure, I'm a former Group B city employee. I quit originally in 2019 because my director declined teleworking any more than 1 day every other week. I'm now back with the city as a temp employee rather than an FTE by choice because I want nothing to do with the Group B retirement system. It's a bad investment. It's getting worse. The gap in overall benefits between 2 otherwise equal employees of Group A and Group B is offensive. I have Group A colleagues set to retire at 38 to 40 years of pension, and Group B colleagues of the exact same skill and experience set to retire at 62 to collect the worst rate for half the years, less than half the years. That discrepancy is the core of the growing vacancy problem. Private employers already pay 20% more, and the weakening Group B retirement terms are no longer enough to cover the difference. I don't know what options exist to reduce those commitments to Group A, but one thing you absolutely cannot do unless you shoot yourself in the foot for decades is institute policies like Jesus Garza's absurd SIP proposal that only exacerbates the gap between Group A and Group employees by introducing new unequal benefits that further favor long-tenured employees and further penalize new hires. During the hiring crisis, that policy communicates either a fundamental misunderstanding of the problem or willful ignorance of it.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has expired. Next speaker is Kellen Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Mayor Watson and honored city council members. My name is Kellen Gildersleeve, and she, they pronouns, and I'm a registered nurse and a resident of District 1. I want to note my support of the community investment budget while sharing my concerns about the proposed increase to APD funding by over $30 million. Despite being refunded and having their budget increased over the past few years, the Austin Police Association was claiming on their social media this week that they have been defunded. This is concerning rhetoric from an organization that ensures us that they will be using this generous budget increase in good faith. My colleagues at Austin EMS, who have been understaffed since before the pandemic, need these funds more than APD. Every week we see new posts on Austin message boards about critical 911 calls having frankly horrifying delays. And in a state that refuses Medicaid expansion, we need a strong municipal response in favor of health care. As a nurse, I'm a big fan of evidence, and unfortunately there is a glaring lack of evidence that increasing police funds actually makes our communities safer, and there is plenty of evidence to the contrary. Let's direct these funds towards material support for our community members, avenues that have actually improved people's lives and help our city thrive in the face of oppressive rising costs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Corby Jastro.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Corby Jastro, a resident of District 10, past president and executive board member of the Greater Austin Crime Commission. The Greater Austin Crime Commission strongly supports the funding increases for our public safety agencies in the city manager's proposed budget. At a time when our public safety departments face critical staffing issues, we have an opportunity with this budget to reset the conversation on public safety. City budget items such as the $15,000 bonus for police cadets, new equipment for fire and EMS, fully funding the Goodnight Ranch Station, and giving APD much needed additional civilian support will make our city safer and illustrate this council's support for public safety. The Crime Commission encourages the council to make the necessary investments for public safety included in this city manager's proposed budget. The Greater Austin Crime Commission has supported Central Texas first responders for the past 25 years, and we will continue to do so. Please support the funding increases, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, that concludes all of the remote speakers at this time, so we're going to start calling in-person speakers.
Thank you, please.
I'm going to call a few speakers at a time. Once your name is called, please make your way to the podium. There's several seats up here as well while you wait. First speaker is Phyllis Everett, followed by Robin Rather and Trey Salinas.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Everett, CEO and founder of Saffron Trust Women's Foundation. We recognize the intersectionality of poverty and how these factors contribute to the systemic inequality experienced by the women we serve. Our programs are designed to address these issues head-on, providing resources and support to help women break free of the cycle of poverty. The Equity Office, led by Kelly Coleman and her team, has helped hundreds of families to thrive. Institutional and structural racism is a factor that keeps many of the women we serve in the work that we do in poverty. There is no denying that women's lives are impacted by racial practices resulting in food insecurity, homelessness, education, and health disparities. The Equity Office has been life-changing for grassroots organizations like Saffron Trust. After knocking on doors of many government agencies and institutions in Austin, they were the only ones that understood the barriers for the women we serve. The Equity team was responsible for the first COVID relief funding for families we serve, opening job opportunities and keeping families in their home. Over the last year, they provided many of our families a year's worth of relief with the Guaranteed Income Program. It is clear that they bring transparency to the public process for the families who are underserved. The City of Austin consistently makes a national list of cities with severe inequality. Austinites and lack of access to opportunities for people of color have marked the city with continued racial disparities. For Austinites to know this is recorded publicly for the world to see, and then to have this standalone office of equity to integrate with other departments is outrageous. We need the Equity Office to have autonomy and authority through racial lens. The Equity Office brings transparency so folks can continue to be helped and recognized in the public process. The leadership of Kelly Coleman and her staff in the Equity Department and Civil Rights needs to remain in place. They will only be able to elevate situations as a standalone entity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robin Rather.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The Zilker Neighborhood Association is here to strongly support the community investment budget, and we support the full inclusion of that framework into the budget today. I want to thank City Manager Garza. I appreciate his lived experience, and I trust his integrity. I appreciate the frugality and the back to basics theme. At the same time, we have no choice at all, but to move forward. We have new realities around climate, social justice, and the insane cost of living here. Climate change is intensifying. I'm concerned there's not nearly enough investment in this budget in keeping people, especially people of color, who are most impacted by the continuous array of apocalypses that we are having. There's not nearly enough investment in keeping those communities safe and our entire community safe at this time. We need to invest in keeping people safe from heat, floods, and cold. I know that everyone in this room understands we need a police force that never engages in systemic racism, literally never. At the same time, we need the right number of police, and we need them to have the right training. It's really important that we move past the definition of public safety as only police. Public safety is about keeping people secure. We need to invest way more in EMS, paying their salaries and benefits, and making sure their role in public safety is elevated way past where it is. Where would we be without EMS after COVID, after everything that we've been through? They're the healers at a time when mental health issues, homelessness, and economic insecurity are skyrocketing. We also need to invest more in maintaining all of our parks. PARD is tragically underfunded. We all understand that. Parks are havens for physical health, mental health, and climate. We need to spend any budget dollars we have for parks on all the parks, and we need to prioritize parks in the most underserved parts of our city. Thank you all so much for including the community investment budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. As Mr. Salinas makes his way up, I'm just going to call the next three speakers. Latasha Black, and Rudy Garza, and Linda Grattan. You're up next.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Trey Salinas, and I'm here on behalf of the Greater Austin Crime Commission. We want to thank the city manager and staff for proposing essential investments in public safety, restoring human resources to APD management, and authorizing the 11 employees recommended by Kroll will improve departmental efficiencies and create more data transparency. Removing HR has caused payroll issues and created other significant inefficiencies. Officers forced to work overtime due to our staffing crisis went unpaid for weeks, and any HR decision made by the department was forced to work its way up the city's corporate ladder, significantly slowing the decision-making process. Funding these positions in no way impacts investigations by the Office of Police Oversight and will only add more transparency to the department. This budget is an opportunity to improve each department's public safety outcomes, and it is a strong first step to signal that city leadership support first responders and take their staffing and recruiting problems seriously. Please support the city manager's recommended budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Latasha Black.
I'll tell you what, are you Miss Black?
I'm Miss Black.
Okay, I was thinking it might be
Okay.
a person in a wheelchair. I wanted to offer some assistance. Please.
My name is Latasha Black. I'm an Austinite. I stand here on behalf of my grandparents, Carolyn and James Norwood, who are also Austinites. I come here, basically last week I spoke about history repeating itself. And what I do know in my short experience of living is that when history repeats itself, it's an opportunity for us to basically break the cycle and do something different so we can bring about change. And I think the route in which the city is going is definitely a setback. So if we really want to bring about change, we have to make sure that we do what we need to do necessary to do that. I'm not going to hold it up too long. I brought my friend today. She wanted to stand up. She wanted to speak. So I'm going to introduce her and use the rest of my time to help her stand, because I think it's important as a community that we help each other stand, and I'm going to do that with her. But her name is Linda Grattan. She is an elder of the community, and she's an Austinite. And She was also the former secretary of former Mayor Pro Tem Charles Erdy. So I'm going to help her stand. Give us some patience. You want to eat that? Well, never mind. She don't want to stand.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Gratton, and I'm a citizen of Austin. I've been here almost all my life. My brother Danny was a police officer, and I had a brother that works for the electric department. I'm here just to say I'm here. I support police and what they do for us. It is strange when you get my age and ain't no help, but I've experienced help, and I know that they, like anybody else, they have their shortcomings, but yet they're there and they have to go home to their families, and that's a stress. The families too. And so I believe that in changing, I think that's what they said the mayor has submitted, but the thing about taking a big department and making 1,000 little ones is crazy to me. It's just to me. If something is helping, then you don't take away from it. You make it better. And that's my admonition to you today. Thank you very much for my friend Tasha and for me being here. Thank you.
We're glad you're here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rudy Garza, followed by Robert Lilly and Charlotte Davis.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Rudy Garza. I'm the chair-elect for the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce. We represent 1,800 companies that are 90% of them are approximately, they're all small businesses in our community. We are here to fully support the city manager's proposed budget, specifically on the police department budget. Although this budget does not add any police officer positions, we do believe it's a step in the right direction, and we ask you to support the city manager's recommended budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robert Lilly, followed by Charlotte Davis and Misael Ramos.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Watson and the esteemed council members. My name is Robert Lilly. I'm here representing grassroots leadership, and we work in District 1. I'm a formerly incarcerated person. At 52 years of age, I've spent approximately 21 years of my life in prison. I'm not proud of that. I don't come before you with that as a boast. I come before you with that as a living testimony to my resiliency and my determination to be a part of this community. I have never felt safe with more policing in my community. It's impossible to be safe with more policing in my community when the police look at me not as an ally, but they look at me as an enemy. I'm here today to say support more funding for community investment, support the community investment budget. I'm here today to say that communities are safer when communities are empowered. I'm here today to say that people like myself matter, that we have a role to play in this society, and if you truly want to use that $32 million effectively, you will use it to support reentry programs, and you will not tamper with the equity office, because that office, I testified to you myself, was responsible for bringing the police and other stakeholders in the community into one room where we sat down and talked about white supremacy, a subject matter that I've never heard talked about in any public forum ever in my life before, but it happened in this city, and it was supported by the city. I believe with all my heart that more and more programs like that need to be supported, and if you really want to help this community, support organizations like Grassroots Leadership that give people like me a second chance. Thank you very much.
Charlotte Davis, followed by Misael Ramos and Seneca Savoy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Charlotte Davis, and I live in District 9. I come to you today to ask that you invest in the community investment budget and listen to what your constituents have been telling you since the proposed budget was released. And today specifically, I want to talk about why you should preserve the autonomy of the Office of Sustainability. Sustainability is not just a buzzword. It is a responsibility that we owe to our children and to their children. If we want to achieve the vision of making Austin a thriving, equitable, and ecologically resilient community, we need focus and resources, not for sustainability to be relegated to a corner within another department. We need to fully fund the climate equity plan. We need policy decisions around housing, transportation, economic development, and planning to consider their impacts to affordability, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and food justice. Take housing affordability. If people have to drive into town from 30 miles away to afford to live and work here, that's more emissions, more congestion, more pollution, poorer air quality, which disproportionately affects Black and brown people, but it's bad for everyone. Sustainability is linked to and impacted by all of these areas, and it must be on equal footing with other city departments. This reorganization suggests that climate justice is nothing more than an afterthought. Take France's Ministry for Ecological Transition. They're going to train every public sector worker in the country on the principles behind the transition. All civil servants are going to learn about how the climate crisis is impacting biodiversity and causing strain on natural resources, and how these phenomena relate to the public services that they deliver, and how they as public sector workers can use this knowledge to change the way they work. It's a model that Austin should look into. Please keep the Office of Sustainability independent and autonomous. And while you're at it, please also keep the Equity Office independent and do not irreversibly increase the APT budget by $32 million. Thank you.
Lisa Ramos, followed by Seneca Savoy.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? My name is Masao Ramos, D1, and I'm against the current proposed budget, but for the community investment budget. So over the past few years, Austin's made strides because our leaders have learned that when you invest in community and provide resources, you create economic opportunities, spend less to mitigate crisis, and best of all, you lower crime. Even though the mentality right now is going back to basics, we need to recognize and acknowledge that the basics aren't the same for everyone. And the fact we're debating whether we should invest in our communities and divest from offices that provide so much needed support to the people tells the citizens of the city that we're going backwards in regards to achieving a more equitable city. My ask today is for council and the mayor to support adding additional funds for direct financial assistance and to add funding for an emergency direct assistance safety net to support low-income people and families that are one crisis away from being on the street of our expensive city. I ask that we also pour more funding into the Carver Library so that they can staff up and add additional programming so that they can offer to the community. Fund workforce development so people can take advantage of the opportunities coming into our city, and also fund resiliency hubs so that people are able to be connected to those resources. We need to also keep the Equity, Civil Rights, and Resilience Office independent so they can continue providing those resources to help people and to further the fight for Austin and making a more inclusive city for all of us. Austin has a long ways to go in regards to being progressive and inclusive to Black, brown, and low-income communities. At this time, with the things happening in our state, once again, I ask our city to double down on the institutions that provide for our communities and continue to progress them forward. Because in the end, who wants to be basic? Thank you.
Seneca Savoy.
Thank you. My name is Seneca Savoy. I am a homeowner in District 4, employee with Equity Action, and somebody who's been coming to these meetings since about February of 2018, I believe. During that period of time, I have seen over and over again this council move in a more progressive direction, making key investments that have saved thousands of lives, as I think I said last time. And I think it's important to stress how that was at the same time linked towards a governing philosophy of co-governance, of meaningfully trying to get not just consultation, but cooperation and input from the community. In this year's budget, we have the opportunity to take the input from dozens of organizations who have engaged thousands of people, right? Many more than the actual engagement from our own city offices about what needs there are in the community. And the baseline budget ignores so many that could save so many lives. During COVID, one of the things that saved so many lives was the expansion in rental assistance that caused people who are on the verge of homelessness to avoid it, right? The period in which a person can most easily be diverted from homelessness are in the weeks after they've been evicted or just before. Instead, trying to get somebody, once they've lost their job, lost their home, lost their possessions, back on their feet and stable is 10 times as great. And at that moment, right, when we're seeing still an explosion in our unhoused population, we're seeing that critical assistance, which is much more effective than much later in the pipeline, right, once someone has become unhoused, cut. Fortunately, it is my belief from the talks that we've had, many of the council members, that these calls from community actions have been answered. So I urge you to follow through on those amendments because there is flex in this budget. Flex that could do things like preserve the rental assistance we have that could keep thousands of people in their homes. These needs are crucial. They're part of the community itself, and they can save people's lives. Choose to do the right thing. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to jump back to remote speakers. We have one speaker. Zenobia Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph, speaking in opposition to the proposed budget, $5.5 billion. I just want to call to your attention my request for you to look at the $2.9 million contract for Joyce James to rescind that contract. It was supposed to be for police equity. And I want you to recognize that you already have funding in the budget for the Kroll report. And the money that you would save from the Joyce James contract could be used for Austin Public Library to fund Black literature, specifically those items that Mr. Weeks and others in the library system are unable to get because the vendors don't stock those items. I want you to recognize as well that there is a request for $550,000. You heard from Dr. Valenzuela for Academia Colati, and I would ask you to recognize the need to make an equitable contribution for Black students as well if you're going to supplant Austin Independent School District's budget. As it relates to the $1.1 million Northeast item, I object to that as well and would ask you to go back to the November 3rd, 2022 item and actually look at item number 1, and it gives you the history that dates back to 2011 and tell us the outcomes. If we're going back to basics, give us the outcomes of the funding that has already been invested in Colony Park as opposed to throwing money at the problem. I want you to recognize that District 1 does not stop at Colony Park, but it in fact extends Samsung all the way to the area at Howard Lane. And I would ask you to recognize it's not far-flung Samsung, but it's a 425-acre development that will be there at East Village, and that we need to invest in transportation to get people to the jobs. And if they can get to the jobs, then they won't need as much social services. And lastly, I would just call to the city manager's attention that it is problematic.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time has expired.
Where it is.
That concludes all of our remote speakers. Going back to in-person speakers, again, I'm going to call speakers in groups of 3. If you can make your way to the podium as your name is called. Elizabeth Gonzalez, Chase Wright, and Sam Kirsch. And please state your name before you begin speaking.
I know you remember me. I know you do, Mayor. I see you smiling at me. Mayor Watson and the members of the City Council, my name is Elizabeth Gonzalez. I was born and raised in Austin. District 1. I oppose to propose the budget that would increase the funding of $32 million. I am opposed because APD is actually resisting efforts to hold the department accountable for what they do, okay? And you know what they did. They murdered my son. I'm not going to say no more than that. APD has shown disrespect for citizens on the oversight and disrespect the authority of the city council, the mayor, and the city manager. In the early morning of January the 5th, 2021, my son, Alexander R. Gonzalez, was shot and killed, dead by 2 officers. After the investigation, the Community Police Review Commission recommended that both officers be fired from APD. But did they? No, they didn't. Why? Other states do it. Why doesn't Austin do it? They murder our kids, colored kids, okay? First of all. Second of all, the officer who murdered my son didn't even identify himself as an officer, okay? That's another thing. I will never be the same. And I'm here trying to read this because I can have so many different words and confused with me right now because of what I got to say here. But I'd rather say it from my mouth because this right here, I can't. Because I can't stick to the script. Because I don't feel the way y'all should feel, the way I feel what y'all did to my son. I am here because the APD does not deserve this money. They deserve people like me to help. Okay? To help people like me to get back to normal. I'll never be normal. Do you understand that? I'll never be normal. My family's here to support me also. I'll never be normal. Never be normal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm glad that just happened because at this point, I'd like to take a chance to talk about being in alignment. My name is Chase Wright. I'm the Executive Director and founder of the Hungry Hill Foundation. We are a holistic workforce who believes that you should not put an individual into housing without sufficient continuum care and without a job first. We take the opportunity to make sure that our clients have jobs, give them work opportunities that are suitable for them. We realize that no one solution is going to work for a group of individuals. Everyone needs their individual progression plans so that they are successful. We talk about communities being in alignment. With these programs we have built over the last year, we ask that our community members are contributing to our unhoused clients' success on their reentry journeys into society. We have a creative initiative that we've started called the Blessing Ave Project. It will be before each council person, or we would like to bring it before the council so that we have the opportunity to continue to offer these individuals who are under-resourced in District 1 who are trying to work their way out of homelessness. Our current demographics are 95% African Americans. We only make up 8% of Austin. So that in itself is a problem. 40% of our homeless population is African American, in which we service right now a total of 182. Out of those 182, we have over 50 individuals who have re-entered into society and now that are self-sufficient. They live in various places because of the alignment, like Community First Village, who offer our clients who have jobs, houses, and et cetera. I ask any organization that believes in collaboration, that believes in taking a holistic approach so that our unhoused neighbors are treated like human beings and offer a second chance in life. With that, that's my time.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call just the next round of speakers after Mr. Kirsch. Jessica Robertson, Jen Ramos, and Beverly Lazar.
My name is Sam Kirsch. I'm a resident of District 5. In 2020, I was shot in the eye and face with a beanbag round by APD. It completely ruined my life. Despite the recent Kroll report showing police misconduct has cost the city $73 million over the past 10 years, interim city manager Jesus Garza, who I have to point out was, pushing for taking away work from home and is not on the dais, but he has pushed for a proposed budget to increase APD's funding by $32 million, the largest in history. And I have to remind council and people here that every time y'all raise the police budget, you cannot ever lower it. And most of you supported Prop A, which voters passed overwhelmingly. But there's more money even than that being tied up where it shouldn't be. Aggressively increasing the general reserves from 14 to 17% in 1 year, in a year where people are about to lose food stamps, in a year with no eviction moratorium, and in a year where Jesus Garza's former colleagues at the Federal Reserve are trying to induce a recession to drive down wages of working class people. This is money the people of Austin need for real public safety. Real public safety is rental assistance. Real public safety is direct cash payments. Real public safety is actually building and acquiring permanent supportive housing units. It's park shade structures. It's a fully funded sobering center. It's city workers and paramedics having real living wages. Y'all need to stand up to interim City Manager Garza and his proposed budget. Y'all need to look at things under investigation by the auditor's office before approving them, and y'all need to protect the equity office and ensure Prop A actually goes into effect. Support the community investment budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jessica Robertson, followed by Jen Ramos, Beverly Lazar, and Cuauhtemoc Torin.
Good afternoon. I'm Jess Rodriguez Robertson. I'm a resident of District 7. I wanted to start off by saying that moving the Office of Sustainability into an organization with business interests in the mind already feels like a total joke, because if it weren't for business interests, we might not be in a climate crisis right now. So already that's my first cynical take of what it seems to be a very cynical white flag of a budget proposal. I want to return to what I was talking about last time, the severe obtuse cuts to spending relief and stabilization for tenants from $8 million to less than $250K. That's going to put a giant halt on creating intergenerational social mobility. I'm afraid for my friends who are losing access to their housing, which will not just condemn them in this generation, but their children in the next. Losing one's home is seen as a moral failing. It follows you around. It is similar to being arrested. When apartment complexes and slumlords are throwing their weight around behind illegal evictions, both legal and illegal, they are spiking. People struggling to pay their bills are desperate for relief. Y'all know this. That's why y'all funded it. That's why y'all drafted it. But now it's being taken away. And I don't know. So what? We just don't know it anymore? Austin has a unique responsibility of being a growing city while protecting its residents. I wish it didn't always seem like an either-or question. But this austerity budget kind of is a major swing in the favor of the people who are not yet here yet. That's kind of how I feel about increasing the reserve. I feel like we just don't need more investment into policing the inequality, the people with everything. I feel increasingly like, once again, I just go back to our options just seem like more jail, and jail, whether it's not fully funding something like the Sobering Center, which is going to help divert people from ending in jail, or not providing relief to keep them in their homes, as what my friend Seneca says before me, at a really crucial juncture to keeping them out of incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Lazar, followed by Cuauhtemoc Torin and Terry Adams.
The projected budget put forth by City Manager Garza does not reflect spending on community investment budget priorities, so we need to do something about it this month. The city manager wants you to believe that there will be no money for any of our community priorities, but that is patently false. Our real priorities are higher wages for all our city workers, and especially at EMS, where high vacancy rates threaten essential services and our safety. Child care, youth programming, park maintenance to ensure young people in our city have safe and healthy places to go, gun violence prevention services to prevent and address homelessness and workforce development. More than 40 organizations collaborated on a set of real priorities that address Austin's most urgent needs. I am a community activist and a senior who garnered about 100 signatures in 100-degree-plus temperatures last summer in order to pass Prop A and say no to Prop B. Due to a snag in the system, these votes were not counted in time for a November election. In May, the Austin voters, 80% to 20%, voted in Prop A. We're still working to untangle all the bureaucratic malfeasance. If Garza's budget passes, the hardworking citizens of Austin will wonder if our hopes and desires for Austin really matter. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cuauhtemoc Torin, followed by Terry Adams and Andrew Hairston.
Hi, my name is Cuauhtemoc Toren. I'm a resident of District 2 and a member of Austin DSA. I'm here to speak in support of the community investment budget, and I'm here to urge City Council and the Mayor to stand opposed against the regressive budget of the City Manager and amend it to reflect the needs of the community. I'd like to remind everybody what happened on the beginning of the year at the U.S. House with reactionary right-wingers. They cut budgets and then they strong-arm the rest to accept their budget cuts or compromised on budget cuts. This turned on student payments for people like me, and this is what it's going to do to Austin residents with rental assistance. It's the same attempt, just disguised a different way, back to the basics. Additionally, you should keep the Office of Sustainability open and its own independent office alongside all the other offices. They do amazing work that they need independence to do so. I live in a rental house that has terrible insulation, and I'm glad that our city has a strong community plan, but we need to expand the offices that implement those plans. There's no fast chargers for electric vehicles in the South. This is the kind of stuff that Office of Sustainability and other offices do, and they need expanded resources, not less. We need more assistance for families and less for the police. I've had a roommate who's had his car stolen. The police say they defunded it. That's why they got there late at night to take the report. That's BS. Okay, we need to cut their funding. They need to not have increased funding when they behave like that. That's all.
Next speaker is Terry Adams, followed by Andrew Hairston and Julia Von Alexander.
Hi, I'm Terry Adams. I'm one of the many City of Austin employees who lives outside the city limits. I'm here to ask for increased funding for parks. Austinites love our parks, so much so that we often fall in love with them. We need to invest in nature and opportunities for recreation. Parks directly impact the experience of affordability in a city that increasingly feels inequitable. Green spaces and pools are crucial for surviving brutal Austin summers. As a lifeguard, it's up to me to break it to patrons that the neighborhood pools will be closing in the middle of August. We need more robust funding to keep neighborhood pools fully open through September. Along with increased PARD funding, I ask for new PARD leadership. The current director is leading us in the wrong direction. If not enough money is allocated, that affects future budgets. That's especially alarming in light of the reduction in funding from the parkland dedication fee. This could lead to an over-reliance on a trickle-down economic model utilizing nonprofits. Please use rewilding techniques at Zilker Park and all city parks, and please hire a director who is aligned with that perspective. Thank you.
Mayor, excuse me. Ms. Adams, I just wanted to thank you for making it here today to advocate for our parks. I know you were at my town hall last week, and I know you had to jump through some hoops to be able to speak during the time that we have available for speaking. So I just wanted to say thank you for going that extra mile so that we can hear from you as an employee. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Hairston, followed by Julia Von Alexander and Maggie Burnson.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hairston. I'm a District 1 resident, a civil rights attorney, a proud member of Austin DSA, and I'm speaking against item 4 and for the community investment budget. So we've heard many recollections of the abuses of power inflicted upon the community by the Austin Police Department. I will turn your attention to the Austin Police Oversight Act, the real one that passed overwhelmingly with the support of Austin DSA this spring.
and the need to have budget items to ensure its implementation in the coming budget cycles. This $32 million increase only stands to fortify the institution of policing, the protectors of white people's private property, the union busters, and the slave patrollers that they are. We heard from Liz Gonzalez, from Sam Kirsch, the incredible abuse and harm that they inflict upon people in real time. And now, as you stand as a bastion against the powers of the state government, if you do enact this state increase, this increase of $32 million, you cannot walk it back. This is something to really consider. Again, you cannot police yourself out of ecological collapse. The understanding that investments in the Parks and Recreation Department is necessary to sustain children and families in the future generations that are to come. And there are so many investments needed in our community to ensure that people can actually thrive. I will make a point uplifted by dear comrade Sam Kirsch here that the interim city manager, Garza, used to manage Ascension. The nurses had a strike at Ascension in June, and it speaks to the idea that he has so poorly managed the things that have been given to him for his control in the past, that he should not be trusted, particularly because of the interim nature of his role, to have such an influential position in our city. So vote against this budget.
Next speaker is Julia Vaughn Alexander, followed by Maggie Burnsett and Chivas Watson.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Julia Vaughn Alexander, and I'm a resident of District 9. And I'm urging you to vote no on this budget as it currently stands. I work in public health and really appreciate thinking through upstream approaches that actually address root causes. And I don't think this budget is doing this. I think we can do a lot better. And so the budget doesn't really, it turns back the clock on civil rights, equity, and social justice and doesn't reflect our community values. I'm a lifelong Austinite, and this isn't what I want to see in this document of priorities. It defunds a decade of equity advancements and ignores community demands for what public city dollars should actually fund. Things like direct assistance for those most in need to prevent homelessness and displacement through programs like rental assistance, bill pay assistance, and other forms of direct to funding, family funding, such as guaranteed basic income. And unfortunately, it also doesn't include things like inclement weather response funds, which clearly we're seeing more and more of as climate change advances. Instead, this backward budget does include sidelining the city's equity office and civil rights office by placing them underneath the small and minority business department, which really gets rid of their autonomy to pursue equity and civil rights across their city, which is really important to Austinites. And it increases the police budget, which can never be reduced because of state law, which doesn't create safety for us all. We want safety for all and not just for white, wealthy people. Safety comes from investing in solutions that prevent things like homelessness, as I mentioned before, and solutions in the community investment budget. It also comes from making sure that we send the right responders to emergency calls. And so I appreciate your time and have a good evening.
Maggie Burnsett, followed by Chivas Watson and Tanya Payne.
Hi, my name is Maggie Burnsett. I live in District 2, and I'm speaking against item 4. My first question when I saw some of the proposed changes to the budget was, do the people who made this budget live in the same city that I do? Because I can't believe someone who lives here would casually toss another $32 million towards the APD, $32 million that can't be slashed in future years. I can't believe that someone who lives in this city would decide to slash the budget for our unhoused community. And let's be honest, it hasn't been slashed, it's been eliminated. I'm sure that folks in the community who work with our unhoused neighbors are able to stretch $250,000 to help a lot of people, but come on. Garza should be ashamed of himself for trying to rob the poor to feed the rich. In this case, the rich is the APD's budget of more than $400 million. After all of the hard work and organizing by so many groups in Austin, working for a better, more cared for, equitable, and just city, I can't believe that someone who lives in Austin would put a budget together like this. It's wild. It's obvious and insulting that almost all of the recommendations from the community investment budget were ignored. So please stand on the side of equity, racial justice, and the community you represent and vote against this proposed budget. Y'all can do better. Thank you.
Chivas Watson, followed by Tanya Payne and Eric Bird.
The name is Chevis Watson. I'm back here in opposition, irritated as ever. Kirk, where you go? You're loving this second term, huh? Have you ever, in your white privilege, ever read the 1969 Supreme Court ruling in Shapiro versus Thompson? What about the 1971 lower court ruling out of California in People versus Horton? Because your license plate readers are not only a violation of these rulings, but also causing Austin residents to feel and to be encumbered as they travel throughout this congested city. See, the fight never changes to eliminate oppression from city council and local governance. I remember advocating for what will become the city of Austin's equity office last decade. And remember when the sustainability office was formed. These were true community achievements that have remained with the community members of East Austin, Dove Springs, Montopolis, Colony Park, Go Valley, and Riverside. So you think I'm just one person, but I actually come representing 10 people who couldn't be here today. And we all think it's pretty incredible how this city continues to change in ways that don't reflect what communities want. Before the equity office, the city of Austin didn't have a clear definition of equity. And it still shows it still shows that it doesn't. It needs so much work in many of the policies and processes the city keeps. Before the sustainability office, the city was completely clueless about food insecurities and real hunger in the city. And before both offices, we had a city manager in Mark Ott that ran this place wicked for those who never found sustainability and never knew equity. Now we're adding $32 million to the police department. Tell me, who tied Jesus Garza's hands behind his back and made him do this? Civics? Let every department have a civic engagement element within them, overseen by the Equity and Civil Rights Office we currently have. Business development, hire leaders to operate a biz dev initiative for all in every community and every community center. How about that for innovation? You have the power to mitigate this decision, the power to negotiate with the people demand with any level of management. Natasha pulled budget rider number 4 in the 2021 budget sessions and provided the Equity Office the opportunity to fund re-entry services in my first seasons back in Austin after prison. That was equity found because of the Equity Office. Listen to the people.
Next speaker is Tanya Payne, followed by Eric Bird and Jen Ramos.
Hello, my name is Tanya Payne and I live in D5. City Council, I'm here today to ask you to fully fund park maintenance in all districts in the city and to support the community budget. I propose a vision for Austin where every neighborhood has access to a park with shade that's well maintained and a pool that stays open the entire Austin summer, which is no longer through mid-August. I propose a vision for Austin where the relationship between parks, climate, physical health, mental health, and community is valued and funded accordingly. As a member of Zilker Neighborhood Association and therefore part of the Community Investment Budget Coalition, I support the inclusion of its framework into the budget. Thank you for listening to the community today. Appreciate it.
Eric Bird, followed by Jen Ramos and Paul King.
Honorable members of Austin City Council, if it's not broke, then don't fix it. I stand before you deeply concerned about the proposed consolidation of our civil rights and equity offices. These two offices, each performing unique and invaluable roles, are critical to the fabric of our city. Our Civil Rights Office serves as the steadfast defender against discrimination, handling a wide range of issues from housing to workplace bias, which necessitates a deep understanding of civil rights laws. The Equity Office is dedicated to fighting disparities and enhancing outcomes for our marginalized communities. This mission requires a nuanced understanding of the varied forms of inequity prevalent in Austin. Our Equity Office is not just another city department. It's nationally recognized and lauded for its innovative strategies and initiatives that not only impact our city, but serve as an example for others to follow. This acclaim is a testament to the importance and effectiveness of their work. The strength of our equity office lies in its deep connections with the community. It's intimately involved at a grassroots level, building relationships, understanding issues firsthand, and driving systemic change from within. This direct engagement with the community forms the foundation of its success. You can contrast this with other cities. I know we've heard about Dallas, Fort Worth, Atlanta, and a slew of cities and how their equity offices operate. But I would say have your staff take a deeper look, especially at San Antonio. They recently, they had to revamp their entire staff at some point. Our model is the model that everyone looks to. And so I wouldn't take every bit of information on its face. Do your own research, trust your own information. So as you consider this, please remember that just remember the people that you serve. On the top of your org chart to be the community.
Thank you. Jen Ramos, followed by Paul King, Lauren Bross, and Bethany Carson.
Good afternoon, members of the Austin City Council. My name is Jen Ramos. I currently serve as the Central Region Director for the Texas Young Democrats and had the pleasure of serving as the first Latina president of the Austin Young Democrats. In last week's testimony, I mentioned how, thanks to Councilmember Delia Garza making an amendment to an increase in health and human services and investment into our community, I was able to receive life-saving care. But I want to share a little more on that story and the importance of why we need to invest in our community and invest in the residents that live here, as opposed to investing into theoreticals such as an increase in law enforcement. In 2015, I went to the Planned Parenthood Clinic on Chicoan Street for an annual visit. I had no insurance and was only making $14,000 a year. The visit was covered thanks to funding from the City of Austin and the partnership towards providing affirming care as well as reproductive health care. I was informed several days after that visit that they had detected precancerous cells in my cervix. Thanks to Planned Parenthood's partnership and the funding from the City of Austin, my care and the removal of those cells was highly subsidized. And much to the dismay of certain elected officials who are annoyed when I yell at them all the time, I'm here to live and tell the tale. Thanks to the preemptive care of receiving that funding and receiving those services. And I am not the only Austinite who has received this type of care. When we invest in our communities and when we really look to the people who make up our city, the people who service our food, the people who drive our buses, the people who teach our children, the people who provide care for our elderly, and those who really make this city great instead of the large corporations that receive cuts that we will never receive in our lives, we can truly make a difference in our city. I would like to urge the council to really look at the Equity Action Budget. This came from a coalition of multiple groups from all different walks of life who understand that when we invest in our communities, we can truly make a difference. But in addition, I do want to provide the caveat that while providing these services is important to our city, it is more important for us to advertise it because you never know what are the lives you could save. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul King, followed by Lauren Ross and Bethany Carson. Paul King, Lauren Ross.
My name is Lauren Ross. The first time I spoke at a City of Austin public hearing was 1984. That means that I remember Mayor Watson's first term, and I remember when interim city manager Jesus Garza was Austin's city manager. It means that I remember the meeting in which Austin's white environmental community and developers met in an armrest conference room and agreed to put a target on East Austin by designating the desired development zone. It means that I remember a meeting of 400 activists that met at St. Edward's on a Sunday afternoon in the early 2000s. And somebody stood up and said, who in this room attended the protest of a police shooting of a young brown boy? This was a group of 400 activists that had collectively spent thousands of hours protesting City of Austin actions. Exactly one person stood up. You could have cut our collective failure with a knife. I like to think that we are a different City of Austin now, that we are moving towards care and compassion for everyone. And if this city is moving towards compassion and justice, it is because of community leadership. It is because of the organizing by people like Kelly Coleman, Chris Harris, Janice Brookout, the organizing of Monica Guzman and Carmen Llanes. Our community has showed up for budget hearings for the last 7 years. I hope that this council will follow the leadership of community and the leadership of the Equity Office and fund public safety, not the sham of increased police funding and
Thank you,
DPS
Speaker. Your time has
patrolling our
expired.
streets.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Bethany Carson, followed by Savannah Lee and Tom Downing.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Carson, and I'm a District 4 resident and part of the team at Grassroots Leadership. Today, I'm speaking to uplift the community investment budget and to urge Council to not throw out the fruits of years of community organizing for racial equity and safety beyond policing by eliminating the Equity Office and discarding the reimagined public safety work. This budget would irreversibly increase the already bloated police budget by $32 million, which would make up 36% of the general fund. At a time when we're discussing the racial disparities in arrests from APD directing DPS presence into people of color neighborhoods, and while DPS still refuses to leave, this isn't the time to be doubling down on policing by any agency as our strategy for achieving safety. In our jobs, my coworkers and I watch in real time as arrests threaten to tear apart in an instant the small beginnings of stability, safety, and hope for the future that people have spent decades building. Single moms are ripped from their young children. People are put at risk of being deported far from their families and back to the dangers from which they fled. This is still happening just as much as it was 2 years ago when the city invested significant time and resources into the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force, which named this harm and recommended solutions that address root causes rather than criminalizing people for the symptoms of a long history of inequity and disinvestment. I see the symptoms of that disinvestment daily, too. Members who are homeless but don't qualify for any current services, who are behind on their rent and phone bills with no avenue for relief, the lack of mental health and permanent supportive housing that leaves folks across the street from me living outside in 104-degree weather. The fact is, according to the Pew Research Center, only 40% of violent crimes and a third of property crimes were reported to authorities. Of those, only about 45% of violent crimes and 17% of property crimes are solved. If more than half of our people are not turning to police when they experience violence, and even fewer find resolution that way, then we must find other solutions accordingly. Please invest in tenant stabilization, permanent supportive housing, immigrant legal defense for low-income families,
Speaker. Your time has
displacement prevention,
expired.
and reentry navigators, the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, instead of more harmful policing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Savannah Lee. Following is Tom Downing and Susana Carranza.
Mayor Watson and council members, my name is Savannah Lee. I am a resident of District 1, and I'm here today speaking in support of the community investment budget, as well as to share my concern regarding the increased APD funding and the lack of allocation for harm reduction services in the proposed budget. The overdose crisis is here. In 2022, we lost 100,000 Americans to overdose, 417 of them here in Austin. 89 of them had been recently incarcerated. Contact with APD and the system of punishment did not prevent their deaths. Still, the approach proposed is to increase police funding and continue an attempt to incarcerate the unhoused and those who use drugs. Years of this approach, coupled with ever-increasing overdose rates, proves that this doesn't work. Without divesting from this model and investing in harm reduction services and housing, city leadership is not just complicit in violence against these communities, it causes it directly. Deaths due to overdose inside of prisons increased by 139% between 2018 and 2020. Is their safety considered in this budget? As much as these policies may not feel violent when you are writing them or signing them, they play out as violence in real life. A person who has been incarcerated is 10 times more likely to overdose than someone who hasn't. I just want to sit with what an abject failure it is, that not only is this model not helping, it causes unimaginable loss. Money is not just money. Words on a page is not just text. These decisions impact people every day, and without these funding services, the way they play out ends in harm. Those 417 residents, we did not keep them safe, but we could have. What if instead of pushing people to the fringes, we imagined a city together that is safe, not because we incarcerated our community members or pushed people out of their homes, but because we chose prevention over punishment, because we chose each other. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tom Downing. On deck is Susana Carranza and Sandra Molinari.
My name is Tom Downing. I'm a resident of District 5 and co-chair of the Racial Justice Task Force of University United Methodist Church. And I'm here to ask you to vote no on the city budget presented in item 4. Budgets are moral documents. They put our money where our values are. This budget does not. I would like to focus on 3 values in particular: democracy, civil rights, and public safety. First, a democracy represents all people. This budget doesn't. The community investment budget, however, was put together by 46 community organizations, ranging from the Austin Urban League to the Zilker Neighborhood Association. As such, it represents renters as well as landlords, homeless as well as homeowners, and victims as well as first responders. For democracy's sake, Council should implement the community investment budget's priorities. Second, civil rights are under attack by a Supreme Court who thinks racism no longer exists, and a Texas legislature who thinks diversity, equity, and inclusion are some sort of evil conspiracy. This budget moves the Civil Rights Office under minority-owned business, along with the Equity Office. With this limited overview, how will these offices be able to ensure civil rights and equity across city departments? Finally, this budget is a danger to public safety. In May, we voted for better civilian oversight of police. Now this budget attempts to move civilian HR positions into the police department. This will make police personnel records even harder to access. What is more, this is being proposed before Proposition A has been fully implemented and before a new police contract has been negotiated. This will not make the public safer. I ask Council to send this budget back to the City Manager and demand a budget more in line with the values of democracy, civil rights, and public safety. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susana Carranza. On deck is Sandra Molinari and Gracie Penkel.
Hi, my name is Susana Carranza. I live in District 9, and I oppose the budget on agenda item 4. Last week, one of the speakers reminded us that while the city manager developed the budget, it's on each one of you to choose to stand with what the city of Austin actually wants. And we all know, if you heard, that the budget as proposed is not what we want. One of the issues mentioned over and over again is that considering public safety as just the police, that is a mistake. That's not what Austin wants. What we want is investments that are community investments, like the community investment budget that was developed by a large number of organizations that really invest where we can get the best bang for the buck. Prevention is much better than the cure or the medicine. It's an old saying, but it's true. It's much easier to keep a person from falling into homelessness. It's much easier to support a person with fixed income, guaranteed income, so that they keep their children in school or they can still go to work, because it actually costs money to go to work. If you are really poor, you might not even have money for your car. So it's much easier to invest in people than trying to provide some sort of a public safety by just funding policing. Just do the right thing, listen to your constituents. You're the ones that have to answer to us. The city manager does not. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sandra Molinari, followed by Gracie Pang, sorry if I mispronounced that, and Doris Adams.
Good afternoon. I am a District 3 citizen of Austin. I have lived here for 25 years, very proud to call Austin my home. And I'm speaking out against item 4 of the proposed budget today. I am in very strong opposition to this back to basics budget, which not only reverses significant progress that's been made on civil rights, equity, and social justice, but completely ignores the wills and the values of this community. Community requests for increased services and system capacity to address homelessness have been ignored in the proposed baseline budget. By defunding both the upstream prevention of homelessness, including tenant stabilization, and the resources to address homelessness on the ground, we're moving towards a community where poverty is directly criminalized and where families are pushed into desperate and precarious conditions. In one of the richest cities of the country, I must remind you, where everybody wants to come to Austin. This is shameful. Having worked with survivors of domestic and sexual violence for over 20 years, I can tell you that one of the principal resources that stands between an individual or family and their safety and well-being is being able to stay off the streets and to access safe, affordable housing. How many times did I support survivors who were in our shelters or trying to get into our shelters that were full simply because they didn't have the means to get into affordable housing and therefore they were dependent on somebody who's abusing them? We need to address this. I urge you to support the proposed amendments to the baseline budget that would guarantee funding to address today's most pressing problems, including but certainly not limited to emergency rental assistance and permanent supportive housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gracie Pinkel, followed by Doris Adams and Scott Cobb.
Hi, my name's Gracie Punkel, and I'm here against item 4 and to honestly beg y'all to really give a good look at the community investment budget and please put your full support behind it. I know I'm not an expert, but in my opinion, we are at a state of emergency as far as our crisis with people who are unhoused at this time. And I know that I'm always just one paycheck away from losing my housing. I work 2 jobs here downtown, and every single block when I get off the bus in the morning, there are always people sleeping on the sidewalks. That is shameful. I cannot believe we're just going about our lives, and that is shameful. It doesn't matter the weather. And people, we're about to go through probably another freeze. And how many people are going to die because we decided that safety equals more police instead of safety equaling housing? So just please, please, please listen to your community members who support you and are rooting for you to support this budget. And know, too, that even those of us who are lucky enough at this point to still have housing, we are on the edge. We are on the precipice. Those of them, people who are making your coffees this morning, know that after they leave, they're going to their next shift to serve you your drinks because it is paycheck to paycheck trying to pay these insane rent prices. And that's speaking as someone who is able-bodied, does not have kids, and has been lucky enough to not be incarcerated. I don't know how people are able to make rent here when any of those things are also stacked against them. So just please, please, please support this budget and please vote against item 4. Thank you.
Next speaker is Doris Adams, followed by Scott Cobb, followed by Carla Peredo.
Thank you. My name is Doris Adams, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm alarmed at the proposed budget and the message it's sending to this community that equity is no longer a priority, that people that have needs with life or death issues no longer matter, that community voices are not valued. The community advocated for years to develop an autonomous equity office. In 7 years, it's made a significant difference toward a more just government. In the proposed reorganization, its power to make change will be drastically reduced. In the last decade, the advocacy of the community has led to the reducing the amount of the budget that's devoted to police. And it's led to a real roadmap with real solutions that lead to public safety. Now the city manager seeks to add $32 million to the already huge $444+ million budget, and that cannot be reduced in the future. The community investment budget, developed by a broad coalition of groups across the whole city, as you've already heard, provided the city manager with specific line item suggestions to impact significantly on social issues. These have largely been disregarded. We need a budget that restores the community's trust that solving the issues facing them today really matters. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Cobb, followed by Carla Peredo and Lynn Sprague.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Councilmember Kelly for bringing a couple of issues at the work session this afternoon, one being a possible budgetary impact of a path from lifeguarding to other public safety positions that are understaffed, like EMS, 911 call taking, and the fire department. Lifeguards are a natural fit, having some background in saving lives, and some already have done CPR. And also the issue of holiday pay. If she asked about the budgetary impact, why do we have national holidays? What is the purpose? Who deserves them? Everyone deserves them. But the purpose is to pass on values from one generation to the next. 2 years ago, we saw the Capitol of the United States stormed. Those people did not learn the values, the American values that would have prevented that from happening. Every single person who works on a holiday like Juneteenth, July 4th, they need to be valued and taught those values that tie us together as a community. And so I ask you to fund holiday pay for all city employees, including temporaries. Speaking of people who have struggled to make our country better, to make our city and Barton Springs better, I want to suggest that we rename the bathhouse at Barton Springs after Joan Means Cabele. 2 years ago, there was a day to celebrate her achievements to desegregate Barton Springs. She was the first African American to jump into Barton Springs in an act of civil disobedience. Her act of courage led to the desegregation of Barton Springs. All summer of 1960, people swam in there who were not allowed. The rules said, stay out, but they said, let us in. And I think at the end of the 14-month renovation of the bathhouse, Joan Means Cabela's name.
Next speaker is Carla Peredo, followed by Lynn Sprague and Alicia Castillo.
Hello, my name is Carla Peredo, she, her, District 1 resident. I am a working class tenant, immigrant, former Office of Police Oversight employee, here to speak against the proposed city budget and proposals to remove autonomy from the offices of civil rights, equity, sustainability, and resilience. There are not nearly enough funds allocated for public transit, permanent public housing, utility and rental assistance, language access, community engagement, land rematriation for indigenous and previously enslaved people of this land, park development, and dignified living wages for all city employees, especially increased wages and resources for EMS workers. I'm in strong support of the community investment budget led by Equity Action. Please adopt their proposed measures as they are community-based and need-driven. Moreover, I ask all of you to set meetings with organizations like Queertopia and grassroots leadership that work day in and day out, 24/7, to uplift some of the most vulnerabilized, not vulnerable, Austin residents. Queertopia assists Black, Indigenous, and unhoused queer and transgender residents, provide loving and safe shelter, emergency assistance, and protect them from state violence at the hands of APD. To conclude, I'd like to use my remaining time to express my overwhelming dissatisfaction with the actions Mayor Watson and Interim City Manager Garza made behind closed doors in enacting the partnership with DPS. Many of your constituents will suffer the consequences of putting us in a terrifying police state for years to come. Communities like mine were in perpetual states of fear. They were arrested, jailed, some at risk for deportation. Listen to us. We are saying not one penny more to police. In the face of HB 1900, it feels disturbingly reckless and out of touch to appropriate any additional funding to arguably the most ineffective, harmful, violent, and wasteful city department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lynn Sprague, followed by Alicia Castillo and Erica Slaymaker. Lynn Sprague, Alicia Castillo, Erica Slaymaker, Courtney Perry, Rachel Stone. If your name has been called, please make your way to the podium. Followed by Rachel Shannon, or Rochelle Shannon.
Hi, my name is Rachel Stone. I live in District 1, and I just wanted to speak in support of the community investment budget. I work in affordable housing. We all know there is a housing crisis in Austin. It is very, very difficult to get new units on the ground that are going to go to people who are low income. The median family income of a family of 4 in 2018 was $86,000. It is now $122,000. We are, very behind on this fight to get more housing out. And the idea that we would not support things like tenant relocation assistance, rental assistance, workforce development, project-based supportive housing, early childhood development, resiliency hubs, the things that people need who are out there and are unable to stay in Austin, to afford a place to live, and instead want to push money over into policing where, when someone can't find a home, you don't call the police. When someone can't pay their rent, you don't call the police. We need these services in our city to keep people housed and keep people safe. So I don't need the 3 minutes. That's all I need to say.
Thank you.
I'm going to just call a few of the speakers again, just in case they made their way in. Alicia Castillo, Erica Slaymaker, Courtney Perry, Rochelle Shannon, Taniqua Brewster, Jopal Connolly. If your name has been called, please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Here once again, and what I want to speak about today is primarily respect. When we talk about the re-engineering of the city, such that our equity office, our Office of Civil Rights, are demoted in status, given less power and less autonomy and less resources, and when we talk about that, and we talk about doing that in such a casual, flippant way, sneaking that into the budget, getting everyone to approve of it. And when we ignore the lengthy, year-long conversations, the engagement, the discussion, and the labor that this council put into the original creation of those departments, when we do that, we show a lack of respect for the community. When you show up for this community shows up for you. But when you ignore and brush aside the voice of this community will not forget. And some of you will be coming back to this community very soon to ask for a vote, to ask for re-election. Well, this community will not forget. And I hope that you do not forget this community. You know, there are folks that go with the flow, that wait to see in what direction the water is blowing, and which direction the wind is blowing, and then that's where they go. They go with the safe crowd. Those folks are forgotten. Real leaders stand up and respond when the community flags a need. Real leaders stand up when it's not the most popular thing. They stand up when their colleagues are moving in a different direction. They know how to buck the tide. They know what they're standing for. And what this community is calling for today is real leadership. And so it may be that today we don't see the leadership that we are asking for, although I hope to God I'm wrong. And I hope that that leadership emerges. But I promise you one thing. From the seeds of every meeting where the community is ignored, some new leadership will be born in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please state your name.
Taniqua Brewster, District 1. I was a recipient of the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program, and the program really helped me and my family, not just me and my family, but also the community. And so the hope is that it can stay in budget for 2024. And the Equity Office was like ground down for getting that started and getting that into the community. Not only is it helping the community to ensure that families are stable, but it just helps us to feel secure in a city that's prices are rising, rent assistance is needed so many times, so many people are homeless. My entire community was dislocated due to not being maintained by landlords that just did not care. And that was over 100 tenants, 100 units had to be relocated. So it's important that those things are still there and in place for people like myself and like other families, because I'm not the only family that's dealing with these things, but there's an entire community of us. And we're working together as a community, and we need y'all who we voted in to do the same. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I unfortunately can't be on camera, but I would like to say to the last person who testified, thank you, Bieber, for coming to testify. I really appreciate that somebody from the Mount Carmel community came and testified before me and my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And Mayor, I just also wanted to thank the last resident who testified and share that I will be bringing forward an amendment to reauthorize the funding. So just wanted to also let you know that we'll be working on that program. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Cowles, followed by Ryan Pollock and Timothy Maxwell. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. Otherwise, I'll just continue calling speakers. Janice Bookout, followed by Lindsay Buman.
Janice Bookout, D4. In 1997, I was a 25-year-old mural artist falling in love with a musician and preparing to get married. That same year, a local news article described a city council frustrated with city manager Garza. To quote the article, council's demands were simple: no more hiding information or springing on them at the last minute, no more deals presented without options, no more confusion about their roles. Council makes policy, Watson emphasized, and staff implements it. Now, the article also commended Garza as a man committed to a government that takes action. And Mr. Garza, I heard you say that to our community leaders yesterday, respectfully. In a government that works for all, those actions must also be aligned with the interests of our diverse community, the challenges of our time, and the established best practices, resolutions, and decade-long investments in community-involved research and planning. And that council is your guidance to provide. When you look at the community energy spent on the community investment budget and supporting equity, civil rights, resilience, and sustainability, and the OPO, I hope you see the collective wisdom, knowledge, and commitment to a city that works for everyone. Yes, we are a pain in your ass. We are also an extension of your capacity to serve. That article also quotes Garza as saying, these are decisions I made in the office that are unpopular. What they, meaning the critics, need to understand is that I've used every capacity to come at the right decision. Mr. Garza and council, if that's what you're thinking now, then I say from my heart, don't forget that you're not alone. You're connected to a community capacity that's greater than any of us can ever imagine. With the increasing stressors of climate change, we've been strengthening our local systems for the future, and it's working. Austin's low COVID death rate had everything to do with partnerships between community and city offices. With supplies chain strained, heat increasing, and tensions rising, we need each other now more than ever. In coming decades, a government that stiffens itself against its own people will eventually crumble, but a flexible, inclusive, and diverse government can thrive. I want to co-create that narrative. If you don't, we can do it without you.
Please, thank you.
Next speaker is Lindsay Buman, followed by Rachel Manning and Quincy Dunlap.
Hi, my name is Lindsay, and I'm a resident in District 1, speaking against item 4. I worked on the APOA, which really means I talked to thousands of your constituents about their desire to implement very basic accountability for a government-paid position. And big surprise, 80% of them understood, supported, and then voted for oversight of the most harmful office in Austin. That vote, all of that time and money, was what you, as a council, deemed necessary to be able to take action on it. So here we are. You, as our elected officials, have our power and have our money to create a different iteration of society. We gave you the blueprint. We aligned and voted yes, and now it is your job to do it. You can implement the APOA right now, and we will support you. You can vote no on adding $32 million to the APD budget, and we will support you. You can use community investment budget as another blueprint, and we will support you. Or you can uphold the status quo, create excuses and problems as to why you can't do what we know you can, and we will see you. Please show us with your action if democracy is real. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rachel Manning, followed by Quincy Dunlap and Paola Sylvester.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Manning. I'm a resident of District 1. I moved to District 1 in 2015, and when I moved there, I moved into a 3-bedroom house, and the rent was $1,200 a month. Over the next 6 years that I lived in that house, the rent doubled to $2,400. I was pretty lucky. I managed to change jobs and increase my capability of actually doing that in that period of time, but most families don't have those sorts of options. Most people can't deal with that sort of financial crisis. Many of my neighbors weren't able to. They moved away. District 1 looks a lot different from how it used to look. Housing insecurity is a real threat to families, and the impact lasts generations. Someone talked about this earlier in the evening. It's trauma. It's real. This back to basics budget that posits that increasing funding for the Austin Police Department is more fundamental than providing rental assistance to keep families in their homes. I'm not sure where the mayor and the city manager are getting their idea of what basics are, but that's not it. I really do. I urge y'all to go back to the drawing board and relook at this horror show of an austerity budget. You've been given lots of templates. People have been coming to you for years and years now telling you what the community needs. There's a great document that, the community investment budget, it gives you an outline of what the people are asking for, and it's not more money for the cops. It's not. They're not what keep people safe. So that was as much as I had time to put together before, and I yield the rest of my time, but I really do. I urge you to go back to the table on this one, and thank you.
Thank you.
Quincy Dunlap, followed by Paola Sylvester and Sarah Gore.
Acknowledgements to the mayor and the city council and city manager, assistant city managers, and the rest of the appointed officials from the city. My name is Quincy Dunlap. I'm the president and CEO of the Austin Area Urban League. I support the community investment budget, and I oppose Amendment 4, or the budget item 4 as it is written. The combination of the Civil Rights Office, sustainability, and the Equity Office under SMBR is a mistake. It's morally incorrect. This city does not have enough resources or opportunities for equity. So to marginalize and minimize the impact of that office under SMBR is a mistake. That's not a knock against the leader of that division or unit. That's simply an understanding that in order to eliminate something, sometimes you put budget provisions in place to remove its authority or its impact or its ability to perform the service that it is needed to perform. What I am encouraging is that you take a look at this budget, but you more importantly take a look at the impact of the offices, civil rights that is, and equity across the city and across the region. This office is done, the equity office and the civil rights office has and will do great work. So I'm encouraging you to take a look at this. But more importantly, look at the community investment budget and what it represents. It is the voice and the thinking of the people. And to not consider it is a slap in the face to the people. So go back and take a look at these things, but also look at what we're investing in our inclement weather and housing response. There is no way that the most vulnerable among us deserve less. We should be investing double or triple what is there now so that we improve the quality of life for these brothers and sisters that live below the fringe or below the line. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Paola Sylvester, followed by Sarah Gore, and then Michelle Edwards, and Kayla Reese.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Castillo. I was called earlier. I didn't know if this is a good time to step in. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much. I was late because I had the immense privilege of picking up my twin sons from daycare that they waited a year and a half to get into, and we struggled for a year and a half to figure out what to do with them while my partner and I were working. So they got in last week finally after a year and a half. So, and that's mainly because childcare workers cannot afford to live in the city anymore. And so when I see a budget like the one that's proposed today, it's really heartbreaking for even folks who are really privileged like me to have worries like, what am I going to do for childcare rather than where am I going to sleep tonight? And, you know, it's disappointing because we know that today the Austin Police Department has the highest budget ever, and that for far too long they've taken the lion's share of the community's budget overall. We know that the staffing shortages in the police department will not be resolved by continually throwing money at the police department. Instead, while cadet classes have restarted, we know that the well-documented oppressive, racist, sexist training that has been published to everyone, that's the reason cadets who sign up to be police end up leaving. It's not because of you all. It's not because of me. It's not because of Chris Harris. It's because that training is really, they won't fix it. Regardless of that, that's not even the solution for the true public safety that I think each and every one of you are really concerned about. Solutions like moving the 911 call center out of the failed police department and into its own department where they can actually respond to and resolve citizens' concerns in a meaningful way in a timely fashion, and investing in solutions like those in our community investment budget, like non-congregate shelter, like true harm reduction, like the Office of Violence Prevention. Did y'all know we have an Office of Violence Prevention that works on innovative preventive solutions to keep Austinites safe? Those are the types of things that we're really desperate to see invested in a meaningful way, because that hasn't been invested in a meaningful way just yet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Gore, followed by Michelle Edwards and Kayla Reese. If your name has been called, please make your way to the podium and state your name.
Hello. Thank you for allowing us to give comment and for listening to our comments. My name is Michelle Edwards, and I live in District 5. I'm asking you to vote against the proposed budget. Item 4. I oppose how this budget increases Austin Police Department's share of our city funds, a department which has, as everybody else has said, has and continues to not solve our city's social and environmental problems. I oppose the bearing of the city's much needed and important equity office underneath another department. And I especially oppose how this budget increases the size of the reserve fund when there are so many people in our community who need help now. A fellow twin mom myself, I asked my kids before the meeting, what we should talk about and what they thought our city needed to spend money on. And they said money to support people's health, the environment, to help people pay for food, housing, and their bills. They're so smart. There are so many people in our community. I too, like the last speaker, I'm also very fortunate. I'm a professor at Texas State. I feel like I'm drastically underpaid and barely survive living here, but I make so much more money than so many other people who live in the community. And so many people are struggling right now and really need help to be able to survive, let alone thrive here. I don't want Austin to just be a city for rich people. Like, that's crazy. We can't have that. We are the role models for our city's children. That's a theme, right? So we're the role models for our city's children. We're shaping their present, not just my kids, but all the kids here. We're shaping their present. We're shaping their future. I know you guys are thinking about this, but please, like everybody else has asked you, please look at the community investment budget. So much time, I've been on the email chain, so much time has been invested in this and putting together so many minds, so many great minds to give you this information. So please vote no on the proposed budget and instead look at this other one. Thank you all so much.
Next speaker is Kayla Reese, followed by Tiffany Pagney and JJ Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Kayla Reese. I'm the Advocacy Manager with Austin Parks Foundation, and I just wanted to speak today on the proposed budget and ask for you to support additional funding for the Parks and Recreation Department. Our ask this year focused on maintenance and land management. We are asking for a $3.3 million increase to PARD's budget to fund the continued level of maintenance of park services and expand the land management program. Given the large investment from 2018 bonds and parkland dedication fees, such as the new Colony Park Aquatic Center or the Bull Creek District Park restroom renovation and trailhead development, PARD has more assets than ever before. Between 2022 and 2024, PARD will have acquired and therefore be maintaining nearly 500 additional acres of parkland and easements. Adequate staffing for our parks and recreational, cultural centers and pools is the duty of the City of Austin. The lack of sufficient staff for mowing, trash pickup, and general care of our parks will be felt across the city. Austinites expect that the city will maintain facilities and programs. Additionally, maintenance equipment such as trucks, mowers, trailers are required for grounds maintenance. Additionally, we urge you to add full-time staff positions to the land management program, which is crucial for wildfire mitigation and climate resiliency. Land management needs to be done by qualified professionals, and temporary positions will not bring the expertise required. Additional full-time positions in land management will ensure safety to our natural areas while preserving the benefit of natural space to our community. In the budget proposed by the City Manager's Office, there is about $500,000 for land management, but that money is not really helpful without the staff members needed to execute it. Land management needs additional full-time staff. Thank you for your time and dedication to our community.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Sorry, just one moment. I really appreciate you coming and testifying today. I've been fortunate to get to meet with you a couple of times as we discussed the budget rollout. So I just wanted to flag for folks we're thinking about those grounds and facilities, FTEs, as well as the land management planning, which I know Allison Alter and I have spoken about in some level of detail. So we appreciate your advocacy. Thanks for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tiffany Pagney, followed by JJ Ramirez and Yasmin Smith.
My name is Tiffany and I live in District 2. I'm in support of the community investment budget. You can tell a lot about a city's future and ethics by looking at their budget. A city that gives $16 million in emergency rental assistance shows they care for their citizens. A city that gives $18 million to wage increases for paramedics and other workers that are vital in keeping the city running shows that you value their hard work. A city that values public safety would have mental health first responders that I can call the next time a man walks up to me and asks me if I'm God because he has voices in his head telling him what to do. A city that gives $32 million to police plans on being $32 million less safe. As city council, you should be asking yourselves, what did I do to make this city $32 million less safe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is JJ Ramirez, followed by Yasmin Smith and Justin Green.
Hi, Council Mayor. My name is JJ Ramirez. I'm an organizer at the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance, and I'm in opposition of the budget as it currently is. I want to say that there is $0 being spent on harm reduction in the proposed budget when we're in the opioid crisis. We've had double the opioid deaths and overdose since last year. We're not spending any money, zero, on harm reduction. This is providing life-saving services to this community that's desperately needed. I do want to take the time, Mayor, to say thank you for advocating to the governor and the state and getting those ARPA dollars to Esperanza, because non-congregate shelter is what's needed. But that's ARPA money, temporary dollars that are going to run out, right? We know that permanent supportive housing is what keeps people housed. It is what's the most effective thing when it comes to getting people and keeping people off the street. And I've heard before that we don't want to put the city on the hook for a long-term, investment, but we're real quick without blinking an eye to put the city on the hook for an increase of $32 million for policing. That's $444 million. That's almost $500 million that we're really totally fine with putting city on the hook for paying indefinitely. Those things ain't what's helping it. Policing is not what's helping it. They're not keeping people safe. It's not keeping people in their homes. When the DPS came in, they're targeting people in the street. They're targeting people in camps. They're cutting tents. People are telling me, DPS come through, did a sweep, cut my tent, didn't tell me nothing, threw all my stuff away. There's a person outside right now who had their last Social Security card thrown away during a sweep. And I don't know if you know this, I recently found out you only get 9 for your lifetime, and it's in the trash. And they can't come in, it's because they got a dog. But these things happen. This is what policing does. This is what sweeps does. This really reduces the ability to get employment, get housing, to get your identification, to get in somewhere. So when we're talking about having to worry about how we're going to pay for these things indefinitely, well, then let's think about how we're going to pay $444 million indefinitely. Let's have a more robust conversation.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yasmin Smith. I'm a proud born and raised Austinite, and I have the honor of serving as Vice President of Justice and Advocacy of the Austin Area Urban League. And respectfully, the budget as it is proposed is a failure to address the concerns and the articulated wishes of this community. I'm speaking to you. I would appreciate if you look at me. Number one, the 7%, by conservative numbers, the 7% allocated for the community investment budget, which is only 7% of the general fund, 7% of 7% being allocated for what your community and your constituents have actually asked for is laughable. Number two, the moving of HR and PIO into PD and the exorbitant costs that we're giving to PD are in direct opposition of what your constituents have asked for. And while we're at it, talking about what should not be in PD, considering Black and brown folks are victimized themselves by PD, perhaps victim services should be in APH. Number three, someone, please look into the 14% to 17% increase of the reserves and how much in tens of millions of dollars that will mean will not be allocated to our constituents. Number four, I want to pull over on this. The unhoused, the inclement weather is the budget allocation for that deplorable. It is our people. Right now, at this very moment, in forests and woods, at this very moment, making sure your constituents have clean water. It is our people. I received a call less than 5 hours ago of people walking up to their campsites and someone being dead there. That is on you. the status quo is not working, fix it. Last but not least, you've already heard about the consolidation of power, the consolidation of our offices. This specifically strips the autonomy of those offices and changes their mission. Yes, they should consult on business ventures and things of that nature, but they shouldn't be tethered there. Do your jobs. We're watching and we're not pleased.
Next speaker is Justin Green, followed by Alicia Torres and Michael Ward.
Hello, my name is Justin Green, and I am a member of Austin DSA, United Professional Organizers, and a resident of District 9. I am speaking today in support of the community investment budget and fervently against the interim city manager's proposal to increase Austin Police Department funding by $32 million. I wonder why we are here continuing to have the same debate about what public safety looks like when Austinites have continued to make it clear that we want a budget that supports our community, not APD, an institution that people fully distrust and for good reason. Look at how large a margin 2021's Prop A police budget proposal was defeated, or more recently, how people voted overwhelmingly for the Legitimate Police Oversight Act this year and handily rejected the Austin Police Association's fake ballot measure. Why are we continuing to raise the budget for APD, a fundamentally racist institution, especially after Governor Abbott passed House Bill 1900 that says that number can't go back down? The community's voice is clear. We want a budget that doesn't police away our problems, but actually benefits everybody up to the most vulnerable members of our city, investing in housing assistance funding, permanent supportive housing, wage increases for city workers and paramedics, budget items that actually support the working class. Please help save lives, not destroy them, and pass a city budget that is compassionate to your fellow neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alicia Torres, followed by Michael Ward and Hannah McKeating.
Thank you. Everyone continues to thank council, but I want to thank you, community, for showing up and reminding each other that we are here and our voice is going to be heard. Hi, my name is Alicia Torres, and I'm a part of the grassroots leadership team. I'm also a member of Vice Fuera de Austin and a resident of District 3. I am here today, like the vast majority of this community has already expressed, to ask that council send interim city manager Jesus Garza back to the drawing table to refigure the numbers for our proposed city budget. As it stands, the current proposed budget is one that increases police funding by $32 million, and yet somehow it's not able to fully fund services that have been named by the community as actual needs that would increase our collective quality of life. This proposed budget seems to again be able to always find funds from our policing, but no funds for things like the guaranteed income program, the parent support specialist, emergency rental assistance funding, funding for community health paramedics, immigration representation, or even funding for the permanent supportive housing, a need that is consistently cited as the reason why more policing is needed. If we are not addressing the root issues of systemic problems, then what is the purpose? As people, we deserve more. As Austinites impacted by over-policing, rampant gentrification, and targeted displacement, we deserve to do more than just survive. I'm tired just surviving. We deserve to thrive. The way that you play a role in this is not, speaking to council, is not, by not supporting this current proposed budget and sending interim city manager Jesus Garza back to the drawing table to bring back a proposed budget that fully reflects the community investment budget, a budget that puts us, the people, first. The current budget calls for reorganization of the city's offices of equity and civil rights and the Office of Sustainability and Resilience. The current proposal to reorganize this office sidelines all of the amazing, extremely hard day-to-day work this offices do. Do not, nor reorganization. We need a people's budget, and we need a community investment budget. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Ward, followed by Hannah McKeating and Francine Tatu.
Hello, everybody. Can you share? Beautiful. And can you go? Oh. And there you go. Fantastic. So I'll make sure to share this out with you all. But I'm Michael Ward Jr. I'm the president and CEO of Austin Urban Technology Movement. And this is my beautiful daughter, Antoinette Ward. I'm here today to, of course, support everybody's comments to the community investment budget, but I really wanted to highlight on workforce development and technology and show you all the work we've been doing by being an awardee from the city of Austin. We received the GTOPS programs award several times. We're currently funded by the Economic Development Office to do the work that you're seeing on screen. So for 2022 alone, we provided 560 services across Austin residents. We had 243 people specifically come to us for a job placement. Hey, can you help me get a job? Next arrow, please. We had 201 people come to us for just devices, for internet access, for digital literacy. They may want a job, but they're not even at the level to get a job based on the economy today. Next. We had 160 people come to us specifically for training. They may or may not have a job, but saying, hey, I need more skills to get a better job, to increase my income so I can afford to live here in Austin. Next slide. We're doing the work that needs to be done here inside of Austin, here inside the tech space, and we're predominantly focusing on those that are Black and Hispanic. So 79% of our audience, just for 2022, were Black and Hispanic. Next slide. You'll see that 49% of our audience make less than $13,000 per year. Like, we're solving the problem that the city of Austin said they wanted to solve for several years through the master workforce plan, through the higher local plan. We're doing it through the help of the city of Austin. However, I don't see that continued support in the proposed 2024 budget. So there seems to be a disconnect. There seems to be a misalignment, as a lot of our members have talked about. Next slide. 60% of our audience do not have college degrees, another barrier we're overcoming by providing people with pathways. And then last but not least, we truly represent the audience. 26% of our audience are 18 to 25, 32% and 36 to 49, and 40% are between 25 and 36. So please continue to fund us and all these great organizations with community investment budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hannah McKeating, followed by Francine Thatu and Holly Reed.
Hello, City Council. My name is Hannah McKeating, and I'm here with Autumn HQ. I would like to explain why I'm in favor of the community investment budget. I was born in Waco and grew up in Laredo. I've lived in Gonzales, San Marcos, Rockdale, and yes, Austin. I am a Texan through and through. When I think of Texans, I think of the people that look out for their neighbors in times of crisis, like Houstonians that give whatever they haven't lost after hurricanes, the people that have put their community as the highest priority, like the fine folks with the many organizations here today, and the people that pick up the pieces when the government seemed to not be able to, like the EMS, community advocates, and even HEB did during the winter storm as Texans froze in their homes. Texans have proven that they are capable of looking beyond themselves and working together to make sure that they can weather the suffering to see another day. I have also been given the gift of living outside of Texas in Indonesia, Brazil, and Washington, D.C. The rest of the world does not see what I see in Texans. They see the suffering handed down to us through laws, bills, and things like back to basics budgets, not the people that do what they can to make sure that the community survives it. As the capital of the state, Austin has set the precedent for the rest of Texas to put the time, effort, money into making sure the community has at least some of the resources to survive. Having the offices of equity, civil rights, sustainability, and resilience with the executive power to provide support and relief is imperative. This unacceptable restructuring contravenes city council actions and would eliminate the office's autonomy to pursue equity and civil rights across our city. We must allow Austinites to look after Austinites, and you must listen to what the community tells you it needs. How beautiful would it be if Texans did not have to survive in spite of the Texas government, but were able to thrive with the support of it? It is not an idealistic dream. We have these offices already in place with people ready to run them. If I were to ask everyone in the room if they are dedicated to serving the community to stand up, most, if not all of us, would be on our feet. We get emotional during our time to speak because we see humanity in this, and we are watching that humanity be reduced to dollars and cents. It's painful because we've been working towards a common goal, and the proposed budget severely undermines all the work that's been done to achieve that goal. Please include the community investment budget in the 2023-2024 budget, and let us get back to work.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francine Thatu, followed by Holly Reed and Lisa Hugman.
Fran Tatu, District 5, speaking against item 4. Thank you for this time, and I apologize in advance if I may, and I may warn you that this is straight talk, so please forgive me. I love you all for taking the time to hear our concerns. I stand in solidarity with my community behind me and beyond these doors, and my 12 immediate family members who reside in Austin. No question that our community will be egregiously and irrevocably harmed by the passing of this budget. I do street outreach with Austin Mutual Aid and set up pop-up shelters during extreme weather emergencies, even with so many good people working to alleviate our housing crisis. I can tell you the needs are dire. I know you know this. Today, though, I'm here as an AAPI community member. I'm passing around a magazine article just published about my family. The top right photo is one of my mother, Marion, and her baby sister, Nancy, Hanada, in Poston, Arizona, at the Japanese American Detention Center. They were and are American citizens, and yet were held for 3 years. My grandfather was a small farmer who grew, packed, and transported his own fruit to major cities on market days. Yet, as a direct result of white supremacist farmers who lobbied FDR, Executive Order 9066 sent scores of families like mine, uprooted from their homes with only days to pack, to far-flung internment camps. This is in my DNA, and I have a visceral reaction to your folding the equity office into others. That mistake will serve to minimize its import and purview. I urge council to consider. The naked statistics speak for themselves. DPS reported a 6% rise in hate crimes from 2021 to 2022. This is 549 documented hate crimes. The majority targeted towards our LGBTQ and Black communities, including Asian hate. Just a few months ago, a swastika-tattooed neo-Nazi killed a number of people of color in our own state of Allen, Texas. We can do better. The National Wave Against Diversity, Equity, Inclusion is real. You're a nonprofit. You can raise your own money for DEI programs. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Holly Reed, followed by Lisa Hugman and Bennett Burke. If your name has been called, please make your way to the podium and just state your name for the record.
Hi, y'all. I'm Bennett Burke. I'm a lifelong Texan and a proud member of Austin DSA. During the years I've lived in Austin District 9, I've seen police brutalize protesters, murder people of color, and eat up public funds. Now that they have the largest budget in the department's history, their performance at their stated mission of keeping the city safe has been subpar at best. Do we really want to reward APD with more money? Manager Garza, do you really think they've done anything to deserve such a massive raise? I would much rather see that money go to higher wages for 911 dispatchers, keeping the sobering center in operation, and creating more shade structures in our city's parks. I don't think I'm alone. The people testifying in this chamber have made that clear, and the people of Austin told me as much when they passed the good APOA in May. The state of Texas has preempted cities' decreasing police budgets, but with that in mind, I want to register my opposition to ever giving APD a single cent more than what they currently have. Thank you.
Next speaker is Annie Fierro, followed by Jamie Kim and Monica Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor Watson and council members. My name is Annie Fierro. I'm a resident of District 7 and a community organizer with the Sunrise Movement. I'm speaking today in support of the community investment budget proposed by Equity Action, which truly reflects the needs of Austinites today. The budget proposal by the city manager will result in the harming of our neighbors and community rather than providing the direct assistance a lot of us have been asking for years. I recently got selected to collaborate with the housing department as a displacement navigator. And if there's one thing me and the other navigators have in common is that none of us can afford to live in Austin anymore. Or we're on our last year before moving out of the city we care so deeply about. We had the city's equity office come and speak during one of our workshops so we could have a clearer background on the wrongful, outdated, historical, and racially discriminatory city planning and zoning policies. Y'all, it takes me 2 hours to get anywhere because I cannot afford a car, just saying. And I find it alarming that the intention is to merge equity and civil rights into businesses when the businesses moving in have been the ones responsible for displacing us in the first place. As a member of the Mexican-American migrant community, I want my people to not feel fear every time we seek the help we need, whether that be rental assistance, emergency response, among others. We should get what we ask for and not APD. So I ask y'all, our mayor and city council, to support the community investment budget since it would truly encapsulate the definition of public safety. In other words, you all know what's the right thing to do. So thank y'all.
Next speaker is Jamie Kim, followed by Monica Guzman and Carmen Yanes.
Mayor Watson and council members, my name is Jamie Kim, and I'm a resident of District 7. I'm speaking today because this budget proposal does not reflect the City of Austin's values, and I'm particularly concerned with the proposal to increase APD funding by $32 million. Austin police are some of the highest paid in Texas, and APD currently has the highest budget ever. The transfer of civilian positions into APD is very troubling as well for police oversight. The City of Austin has paid over $18 million in settlements to victims of police brutality during the 2020 protests. Despite this, the proposed budget would give APD the largest department funding in history. Please do not give them more funding. Instead, I urge the mayor and council to consider the budget priorities stated in the community investment budget, endorsed by over 40 local organizations and supported by a resolution from this city's Public Safety Commission, such as harm reduction services, street outreach services, and reentry support for formerly incarcerated people. The public safety we need and want is in the community investment budget, not in this proposed budget. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Monica Guzman, followed by Carmen Yanes and Barry Jones.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. I guess I should say good evening. Mayor and Council, I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GAVA Go Austin Vamos Austin. We urge Council to make the following critical investments in the fiscal year 2024 municipal budget. Expand the successful Guaranteed Income Program. Invest $3 million to maintain service levels as currently served in fiscal 2023 for 135 households. Invest $500,000 in the Tenant Relocation Assistance Program to mitigate the harm to communities being displaced. Low income, working class, and other vulnerable residents are being actively displaced by new development. They're often directed to look to the Tenant Relocation Assistance for support that has no money or is not accessible. We implore City Council to invest at least $4.5 million to address the funding transition from ARPA funds to the city's base budget, plus an additional $1 million to budget for parks and recreation to make improvements to facilities, resilience hubs, Austin Public Health to improve cold weather sheltering processes, economic development for workforce and child care programs, HESUM for disaster preparedness, supplies, and all departments and the Office of Resilience for outreach and education on resilience. We call on you to maintain and protect the current departmental structure of independent offices for equity, sustainability, resilience, and civil rights. Other cities having combined offices does not mean they are best in class and a model for Austin to follow. San Antonio is an example of what not to do with an equity office. After their restructuring in San Antonio, the chief equity officer resigned, as well as almost all of the staff. They lost all momentum, and the equity efforts in San Antonio have stalled significantly. Manager Garza's analysis does not speak to the strength of equity initiatives in these cities that are combined. Speaking as a D4 resident, my comments are mine alone. Austin can be a great leader, a leader that takes bold steps, brave steps, versus doing what the other cities are doing. Invest in upstream, preventative, proactive programs and services in the GAVA Fiscal 24 budget recs and community investment budget, not a downstream reactive police department.
Thank you.
Finally, despite what you think, believe, or are willing to admit, everything is political.
Ms. Yanes, just give me a minute. I'm going to call just the next few. After Ms. Yanes is Barry Jones, followed by Garrett Neves and Shimon Perskin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here for the second time addressing you all on this dais, and I was reminded by the gentleman with his baby girl that I got to come to City Hall a lot, the old City Hall, first on my dad's back at many meetings like this, and this is how you get an incredibly enriched community that cares so much. I know sometimes we're the thorn in your side, but we really are an incredible resource. I'm Carmen Llanes. I'm with Go Austin, Vamos Austin. I'm a District 9 resident. I spent 10 years as a commissioner on various City of Austin commissions, including the Latino Quality of Life Commission. I participated in 3 budget processes and many others along the way. And I had the opportunity as a young organizer to witness some of the decisions that were made, especially in police budgeting in your prior time as mayor, Mayor Watson. And we say your name because everybody else is on council. We remember many of them, but we really remember it under your administration. And it was the years after those decisions that, unfortunately, because of a guarantee in increased police funding and a message that there was truly no accountability. We watched some of the most painful tragedies over especially the mayoral term of Will Wynn. We saw the murders of Jesse Lee Owens, of Sophia King, of Daniel Rocha, of countless others, right? And we watched it continue. That heartbreak that we felt when that mother who will never get to hug her son again felt that is a tragedy that has divided our city and caused a distrust of this process and a lack of accountability. And we have the opportunity to do better. Let's not make a move that we can never take back unless our whole legislature changes. And let's look at the evidence. Gava's neighborhoods had the most police when we started our work 10 years ago. Dove Springs and Runberg, huge crime rates, lots of police. Policing didn't make us safer. Better parks, better lighting, better services did. Support the community investment budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry Jones. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. Then we have Garrett Neves, followed by Shimon Perskin.
Hello, Council. Thank you for being here. And this can't be easy listening to all this testimony. My name is Garrett Neves. I live in District 5. I'd like to say that the people in power in APD, they repeatedly stoke fears as one of their bad faith tools to increase the amount of public funds under their control. Mayor, when the APD tried to use the street takeover back in February to gin up support, I was really impressed by the way you counteracted that in real time and said this is not right. I'd like to see more of that kind of leadership. APD attempted to pass a ballot measure to require that APD be funded at levels which would worsen underfunding of critical staff such as EMS, and they used fraud to attempt to pass a ballot measure to prevent independent oversight. Luckily, the voters defeated both of those. And giving $32 million more in public funds to the control of those in power in APD fails to counteract their selfish, divisive behavior. So that's my 2 cents to this process. Please do not vote for any increase in the budget for APD. They don't deserve it. It's worse than they don't deserve it.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Shimon Perskin, followed by Chasmore and 8-Track X.
Hi, my name is Shaman Perskin. I'm on leader with the THRA. Thank you, Mayor Watson and City Council, for allowing me to speak. I am here to talk to you about PACS housing, the permanent housing. I've been using this voucher I got about 8 years ago now, and I got it at a time when I was, I had cancer. I really need a place to finish my treatment, or I probably wouldn't be here. So I was allowed to, someone gave me the help that I needed to be able to get housing. And once I did, fast forward 8 years, I now have become more of a productive member of society. I, pay my taxes. The bills are paid by me. I pay $1,050 is paid by my voucher, and I pay the rest of the rent. And that's about $12,000, a little over $12,000 a year, and that's not that much. So when I see that money being allocated to the APD and not for PHS housing and not used in the ways that it could be used to further helping out the people on the streets and in many other situations that we have here. Because it's a mess. We got us a mess here. Really need some help cleaning it up, and you're our leaders. You need us to help us clean this mess up, not make more. So please reconsider what you're doing, because it really means a lot to me. I was born and raised here in Austin, and I don't like the direction it's going in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Chaz Moore, followed by 8-Track X and Paulette Soltani. If you are here, please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon. Back here again. My name is 8-Track. I'm a member of the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance leadership team. I am also a member of Street Forum, and I've been unhoused on the beautiful streets of downtown Austin since mid-December. Kirk Watson, thank you for getting those funds from the government, from the federal government. They will and are going to be important. However, it is only a piece of a very complex puzzle. And I'm sure you recognize that, because believe me, I watched everything that you had to say about it. I do my homework as well. I'm going to tell y'all a quick story. The reason I became unhoused was the result of an abusive relationship with my former partner. And the only option I saw at that time as an exit was a suicide attempt. I worked my way through integral care. I worked my way through several different facilities until I ended up in a group home, put there in a group home by integral care that was 2 buildings down from a blood-run dope house. Blood as in the gangs. I was subsequently kicked out of that group home because I was not mentally ready to go back to work. I still have a lot of residual PTSD left over from that relationship. And that is why I am here talking about permanent supportive housing. I would love nothing more than to go back to work, but only worry about having to work and be happy with my job instead of how many hours can I cram into this week so I can make rent? How many shifts do I need to pick up so I can decide whether I can buy groceries for the month or keep the lights on for the month? With those worries eliminated, I can actually live my life. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Paulette Soltani, followed by Eli Cortez and Caitlin Macklin.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Paulette Soltani. I'm the Director of Organizing at the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance and a resident of District 9. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying against the proposed budget. Along with community organizing, THRA provides services to people who use drugs. In June, our services saw 700 unduplicated individuals come through our doors in need of harm reduction services. Almost all of those participants are unhoused and have little to no hope of ever accessing permanent housing in our city right now. It's nearly impossible for my coworkers to do their jobs without access to permanent housing for the participants that walk through our doors every day. It's nearly impossible to keep people alive and keep people healthy with our harm reduction services without that reality. In May, one of our leaders of our organizing project, Addie Menchaca, spoke to all of you at a city council meeting about investments we needed to end overdoses and how the community must be involved in deciding opiate dollars. Addie passed away days after she testified in front of all of you. Due in part to the failures of our city to provide the funding and supports necessary for harm reduction and housing. Addie is no longer with us today. We come back here week after week, not because we love coming here and telling you what our community needs, but it's because our friends and our neighbors are dying on the streets and we witness the suffering every day. I wanted to add some color to what you are contemplating today by sharing the reality of what's happening in Austin. Last week, Mayor Watson announced that the state awarded $65 million to address homelessness in Austin. That is an important piece of the puzzle, but that is not the solution to our homelessness crisis, and that is not an excuse for the city to forego funding to end homelessness in this year's budget. We need harm reduction, we need housing, and we need you to consider this as you're deciding the next budget.
Thank you.
Please look at the proposals in the community investment budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eli Cortez, followed by Caitlin Macklin and Miriam Dorantes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eli Cortez. I'm a resident of District 1, and I work at Texas Harm Reduction Alliance as a community organizer. As a member of the community investment budget, we were disappointed to see it was mostly ignored, and even more upset that the only noticeable increase was a $32 million allocation to Austin Police Department. No significant investments towards ending homelessness through housing or shelters or towards ending our overdose crisis. We need permanent supportive housing. We need diverse and unique shelters that are scattered across the city for our unhoused community to access, and we need harm reduction services. Meanwhile, the police budget is sitting at $444 million and is proposed to be increased to $476 million. I heard the two people that supported that speak today say that that's a step in the right direction. To our community, that's a step towards more lives lost. That's a step towards more officer-involved shootings, more overdose deaths, more people living in the street, and a step towards living in a city where the police force is guaranteed $500 million every year, and we can't take that down. I did the math. $32 million is enough to fund 26,666 monthly housing vouchers at $1,200 each. Or in other words, enough funding to ensure 2,222 people have a full year paid in housing. And that makes me think, how many families could be offered a guaranteed basic income with $32 million? How many people could be supported through re-entry coming back into our community? How many people could access abortions? How many peer outreach positions could be funded to support people using drugs? APD has $444 million right now, and they need to figure out how to spend it. I don't want to see a single additional cent go towards them. Why do they have 35% of the general operating fund budget, and we're over here fighting for 5% allocations that are going through life-saving services and housing for our community to survive? That's not right. Stop throwing money at an agency that is evading transparency and accountability. We don't need a $500 million funded police force.
Thank you. Next speaker is Caitlin Macklin, followed by Miriam Dorantes and Sasha Rose.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Caitlin Macklin. I'm a resident of District 1 since 2005. I'm an organizer at the Blackshear Neighborhood Garden, and many of our founding gardeners who have gone on to leave the world were longtime residents of the East Side, and I got the opportunity to hear their stories about their struggles. And, for example, my neighbor, Miss Julia Faye Mitchell, would talk about how her kids integrated Zavala, about how she fought to get the streets paved on the East Side. And that was just eye-opening for me. And it's just crazy to me that we're looking at this budget that is going back in time to those same struggles are still happening. And so, yeah, I'm just here to speak against item 4 and just to add my voice to all the more eloquent speakers demanding the funding for public health, for affordable housing, childcare, education, libraries, parks, all of the good things that make our citizens feel safe in ways on the front end that avoid the crises on the back end in the community investment budget. We need you to fund real solutions for a stable and thriving Austin. We demand a safe, just city for all Austinites, especially those who've been ignored and marginalized, like my neighbors. Yeah. And we need to center what people really need and want to be safe, to alleviate poverty and the effects of the racial disparities that haunt our city in real ways. We need to think differently about what actually makes a difference in the lives of people, and we need to move beyond seeing punishment and jail as a solution to embrace the wisdom of those who've been impacted by those systems. There's so many folks speaking so eloquently about their experiences. We need to listen and center those voices. It just makes me sick that we've ignored the re-envision public safety process. Thank you for your time. Please fund community investment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Miriam Durantes, followed by Sasha Rose and Joaquin Rodriguez. Please make your way to the podium and state your name.
Hi, my name is Sasha Rose. I'm one of the organizers with Austin Mutual Aid. I'm just going to be very, very upfront. I don't feel represented here. I don't. The city budget proposal doesn't represent the needs of our community, and I have a lot of questions. As an org, we prioritize the most marginalized community members. We have a community research page of over 11,000 members. Did you know that 211, a city-funded service, sends people to our page? They send people to our page, which is cool and all, but like, where's our check? But why is this? It's because adequate city services are not available to address the needs of our community. Did you know that within 24 hours, 2022's rent relief ran out? 24 hours, okay? We are in a housing crisis right now. Every day we see more and more people, majority BIPOC, parents, disabled, struggling to pay for their basic needs. A housing crisis. I echo the sentiments of many of the organizers that have shared. I'm also slowly but surely being priced out of Austin. Is that the whole point here? Is that the goal? Because I just want to say that it really seems like it smells like, it looks like white supremacy happening here right now. How can we be reducing funding to homelessness services and prevention? Watson, Zoe, Kelly, y'all were all with me, right? That rainy night where we went out and we counted people on the streets. Y'all were there, right? We know that this is an increasing problem in Austin. How can we be reducing the amount of funding that we're putting to that? We need permanent supportive housing. We need mental health. We need harm reduction. How can we only be investing such a small amount towards this? We see this every day. Do you know that we're actually experiencing rolling energy outages? We are no way prepared for another Uri. And how in the world can y'all decide to not increase funding to address inclement weather and safety our community members living unsheltered? We found this out last year when we once again stepped in to put people into hotels. You cannot continue to rely on mutual aid organizations, nonprofits, and volunteers to address the inequities and the inefficiencies of your current programming.
I'm sorry.
It's just not okay.
Thank you.
It's not okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Joaquin Rodriguez, followed by Araceli Garcia and Sayuri Yamanaka.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Joaquin Rodriguez. I'm a resident of District 3. The criticism of the proposed Small and Minority Business Resource Department is not about questioning anyone's moral compass or ethics, or questioning anyone's lived experience, though we know that can vary from person to person. When terms like boiling the ocean are used, it suggests a management construct that is part of a framework of a system that we who work within equity issues see as a red flag. When comments like back to basics are used, whose basics are we talking about? Equity issues are more pervasive than ever, especially in light of an intransigent legislature who apparently cares little about health equity or any equity for that matter. Please note their recent bill writer to withhold funding from Austin Public Health if they continue to educate and promote COVID-19 vaccinations. The state continues to attack the city, and I'm concerned that the city is starting to attack itself. I'm concerned that a person in an interim position is suggesting systematic changes that they will not be around to witness the consequences of. Initiatives of this magnitude should be shepherded by someone that is invested in the long term rather than perhaps their couch time. Any streamlining cannot be equitably done without engaging directly with those who would be the most affected, the staff of these departments that are threatened to be assimilated. The recent citywide telework policy implementation update from the interim city manager's office is a prime example of what happens when decisions are made absent of initially consulting those most affected. As from a historical perspective, this council should not be remembered as one who neutered equity initiatives in the form of not supporting these departments that we're talking about.
you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Araceli Garcia, followed by Sayuri Yamanaka and Sylvia Hansel. If you're here, please make your way to the podium and state your name.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Watson, Mr. Gaza, Senora Vanessa. My name is Sayuri Yamanaka, and I'm a District 9 resident and staff at Sustainable Food Center, SFC. I have been with SFC for 7 years, working on transforming the food system to nourish our health, land, and livelihood. SFC stands in solidarity with the Community Investment Budget Collaborative, and we urge you to consider its recommendations. I'm here today to voice our concern about the restructuring of the Office of Sustainability. As a person of color and indigenous woman, I can only see progress in our work to protect the most vulnerable populations with the total support of the autonomy of the Office of Sustainability. The Office of Sustainability is fundamental to Sustainable Food Center mission of transforming the food system here in Austin and also across Texas. We help to increase sales for local farmers. Our programs are an entry point for constituents to access fresh, local, seasonal produce. The Office of Sustainability creates a place for meaningful conversations where organizations like us and institutions can have a dialogue with individuals and families regarding food access. I personally have participated with the Office of Sustainability as a community ambassador to elevate the voices of people who have been historically left out, misrepresented, or ignored during conversations and city planning. I come to you today in partnership with dozens of organizations. By overlooking the value and autonomy of these offices, we limit their ability to address our human needs effectively. Please reconsider your decision and keep the Office of Sustainability autonomous. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sylvia Hansel, followed by Catherine Chiodo, Taylor Trevino. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. Shelby Bohannon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Taylor Trevino. I live in District 3, and I'm here in opposition to the proposed budget and in favor of the community investment budget. Between nonprofits, mutual aid organizations, and governmental offices and services, we spend countless hours and resources treating issues that can be mitigated and prevented by investment. Things like direct assistance for low and middle income families, funding for parent support specialists, and community resources like parks and libraries, and many of the other things outlined in the community investment budget. We know that investment is what makes communities safer, not policing. There's no better depiction of how a city defines itself, its morals, and its goals than its budget. It's a list of priorities, essentially. And so for me, this is a question of what kind of city we want to be. I'm a former educator, and in lesson planning, you always start with the end goal and work backwards from there. So what I urge this council to consider is what kind of city do we want to be? What is our vision, and how can we get there? I was born and raised here in Austin, and I've always known that this is a place I wanted to call home for the rest of my life because while no city is perfect, Austin is great, and we have the potential to be so much better. But it's heart-wrenching, saddening, and infuriating when I drive to work in the mornings from Old Torp to Montopolis. You look one way down Riverside, across the highway, and you can see the high-rises downtown. You look the other way, and there is a homeless encampment being wiped out again. Not to mention the overwhelming and at times suffocating presence of city and state police. When are we going to do better for our most vulnerable neighbors? There's nothing wrong with development and growth, but as has been said earlier today, it shouldn't feel like an either-or situation. We need to address the needs of community members, especially those who have been historically disenfranchised, instead of increasing funding to APD, an entity that tends to make certain demographics feel safer and those in my community feel threatened. It's also crucial that we protect the autonomy of the offices of equity, civil rights, sustainability, and resiliency so that they can carry out their full missions without interference by other interests. I urge this council to lead with equity, listen to community members, and support the community investment budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shelby Bohannon, followed by Mandy Blott and Robin Schneider.
Hi, I'm Shelby Bohannon. I'm a D9 resident and a proud DSA member. I'm opposed to the city budget proposed by interim city manager Garza, whose austerity and mismanagement of Ascension Medical led to the historic nurses' strike this summer. Is this really the guy that we want writing our budget? Today, Community Impact reported that police misconduct has cost the city of Austin $73 million in the last decade. This is on top of our already bloated police budget. Permanently increasing the police budget by $32 million before implementing any meaningful oversight is ridiculous. APD struggles to hire despite offering high pay to officers and 15,000 signing bonuses. This is an issue with police department's leadership and their culture of violence. Who would want to join a department that continues to employ officers that have committed atrocities against the citizens they supposedly serve? Throwing an additional $32 million at them will not fix APD. With that money, we could keep APD from getting involved in people's lives by providing housing support, parental support, sobering centers, and more. We could adapt to climate change by building shade structures at all of our parks and investing in sustainability. I urge you all to vote against any increase in the police budget and vote against moving any additional city positions into the police department, which would reduce transparency. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Mandy Blott, followed by Robin Schneider and David Chinkanchin.
My name is Mandy Blott. I live in District 1, and I'm asking Council to revise the proposed budget to invest more in the priorities in the community investment budget, which was an amazing gift to Council from the community, saving you countless hours by consolidating the priorities of dozens of community groups into one document, which, as many others have pointed out, does not support more money for policing. In particular, I ask Council to support the measures that provide direct assistance to prevent homelessness and displacement, such as rental assistance and bill pay assistance. As you know, the Austin community is very concerned about homelessness, and while we do need short-term resources like emergency shelters, those short-term solutions are not enough. We need preventive measures to help people before they end up in a crisis. Please don't ignore this and other priorities in the community investment budget, which would not only make a huge impact on our city, but also send a powerful message to the community that you care about representing our needs and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robin Schneider, followed by David Chinkanchin and Solis Watson.
Good evening, folks. My name is Robin Schneider, Executive Director of Texas Campaign for the Environment. I used to live in District 9. Now I am in District 3. On my way to work every morning, I go by St. David's Church, and there are lines of people circling the block waiting for a meal, mostly unsheltered people. This budget does not do enough for these folks who have to suffer in so many ways, without food, without shelter, without out in the elements, the extreme heat or the bone-chilling cold. We need a budget that does for these people and many others. I regret being part of the environmental community that ignored the people on the east side when we adopted the Smart Growth Plan. That was a mistake. We are on our way building bridges across communities to not make the same mistakes. The Undoing Racism workshops that the Equity Office has championed, the work of the Austin Justice Coalition, Communities of Color United, Undoing White Supremacy Austin, and so many others have created a community where we are in much stronger solidarity. We have built the Reimagining Public Safety, the real budget, the community investment budget. The climate plan became the climate equity plan. These are measures to show the growth and strength in our community. Unfortunately, this budget, instead of moving us forward, it moves us back. Let's move towards the 2030. Let's not move back to the 1990s. That was not a good model back then. We need better policies now. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Chinkanchin, followed by Solis Watson and Connor Kenny.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is David Chinkanchin. I am the Policy Director with Workers Defense. And I am here to express support on behalf of Workers Defense for the community investment budget and to thank all of our community partners for all the work, the thoughtfulness, the engagement they've done with the community to come up with this proposal that invests in the communities that really need our support the most. Folks have already articulated some of the needs that are highlighted in that community investment budget much better than I could. But we would want the conversation to be about what we can be doing on harm reduction, what we can be doing on violence prevention, what we could be doing for rental housing assistance, and to do something about the rising evictions that we have in the city. But instead, it feels like we're spinning our wheels, because I'm also here to talk about how this proposal to merge and in effect dismantle and disempower the Civil Rights Office, the Equity Office, the Sustainability Office, and others is really harmful. And it just completely ignores a decade or more, multiple decades of conversation, of work, of progress, of thought and labor that this community has put into moving our city into a better direction, into pushing us into supporting programs and services that actually value the life, the dignity, and respect every single one of our residents in Austin. This really is a step in the wrong direction. We are asking you to reject this proposal to restructure. And as some speakers have said in the past, if you are going to consider doing this and consider moving forward, then at least think about doing the kind of work that was done to create these offices in the first place. The community engagement, the input, the meetings, the work that went into building these up. If you're thinking of dismantling them, at least the least you can do is try to follow that example. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Celise Watson, followed by Connor Kenny and Ryland McSound.
Good evening, Mayor Watson and Council. My name is Celise Watson. I am the Executive Director at A New Entry. A New Entry is a nonprofit, a Black-owned nonprofit that's been servicing our unhoused, our unsheltered brothers and sisters for almost 20 years. We provide residential treatment services as well as mental health stabilization and transitional housing. Right now, we're in a great position with the Travis County Supportive Housing Collaboration in order to help house more individuals and create more supportive services for our homeless population, especially the ones that's exiting out of institutions like the judicial system and mental health institutions. One of the greatest things that I can see about this is not reducing any services, increasing the services that we currently see is really vital for our homeless population right now. A New Entry have gone through several episodes where we've had to move and relocate. And with this Travis County collaboration that we're in, the county is willing to do a 7-to-1 match, which is a blessing to us, but it still leaves a substantial gap for our program. So I'm asking for you to consider multiple things. One of them is reallocation of some of the funds, the city funds. Our program does not, we're not eligible for some of the affordable housing that a lot of the PSH and rapid rehousing communities are eligible for. So we're in a bit of a bind, but it's nothing that we can't handle. We're blessed to be moving forward with these COVID funds. One of the hardest parts of this right now is that the deadline for those funds is at the end of the year, but the deadline for our program is September. Okay. Yes.
Next speaker is Connor Kenny, followed by Ryland McSound and Sarah Cheatham.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Connor Kenny, Capital A Housing. We work with A New Entry and are acquiring and building for them a facility that has 90 treatment beds for indigent Austinites coming out of places like the Sobering Center, Integral Care, and Central Health. We're here because we have a time-limited opportunity to permanently secure their facility for way below market value. The county is putting up $3.5 million. It's 85% of the funding. They're $500,000 short. A new entry can't use any of the affordable housing funds, the GO bond dollars, because they don't provide affordable housing. They provide treatment beds. So this is the stuff that everybody says, you know, they support. It's not supportive housing. It's not congregate shelter. This is the stuff that we all agree on. They need 14% of their funding, $550,000. It's a cost to the city of $6,100 per bed for a permanent facility. And we have a contract that expires in about 6 weeks. And the county says that if the city council approves funds, that they will go ahead and close on their funding and award the $3.5 million and allow them to acquire the facility. So various staff at the city, including the homelessness office, have more information about this. We have information about this. We had been looking to a philanthropic source to close this funding gap. They came up short. So we now have a ticking clock and are able to provide 90 beds of residential substance abuse treatment. This provides stabilization, transitional housing for people coming out of the jail, coming out of the sobering center, coming out of integral care before they move into permanent supportive housing or affordable housing. So we're still looking for a sponsor. $550,000, 14%. The county will match it 7-1. So if anybody's interested in sponsoring, we've sent information out to offices. Solis and myself are happy to give more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ryland Maxout, followed by Sarah Cheatham and Daryl Spivey.
Hello all, my name is Sarah Cheatham. I live in District 3. I'm sure you guys are tired and ready to get on just like myself. But I do want to tell you that I think our perspective of Austin is a little bit different. I spent my morning in the unhoused community trying to figure out how to wire a solar panel to a little fridge to keep his insulin. I don't know anything about solar panels, insulin, any of that, but we had a group of very smart unhoused people trying to figure it out. This is the Austin that I come from. This budget is not one that supports a healthy, educated, and housed community. Adding $32 million for more police is ridiculous. We know more police is a political strategy and not a community safety strategy. Consider investing in the helpers instead of the punishers. A community health strategy is putting our $3 million back into permanent supportive housing. Safe and healthy communities need stable housing, affordable child care, street outreach services, reentry housing support, and renters assistance. All noted in the community investment budget. You should take another look. You can judge a community by how they treat their most vulnerable. It is a travesty this budget ignores our children and neighbors who have suffered overdose deaths and are directly impacted by the housing crisis. Having substance use issues or living unhoused or needing insulin should not be a death sentence. Please consider $1 million for harm reduction, $3 million for project-based permanent supportive housing vouchers, $3 million for service funding for permanent supportive housing, $3 million for street outreach services, case managers, and peer support specialists. You can do better. Please do better. Thank you.
Let's see. Daryl Spivey, followed by Charlie Oquendo and Chris Harris. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. After Chris Harris is Ivana Neri, Jasmine Wilson, John McMahon. Please make your way to the podium.
Hi, everyone. 7 p.m. I'm sure you're as tired as I am, waiting for hours. I'm just like, I could have gone with the Spanish speakers, but I'm here right now. So I'm a resident and homeowner of District 4. I'm Ivana Neri. I work at Up Together, previously Family Independence Initiative, or FII. I'm here joining the more than 67 organizations and 200 residents who are expressing disagreement to the proposed idea of combining the equity civil rights offices into one department. As an immigrant Latina, I advocate for those offices to stay independent. I know some of you are wondering right now, what have those offices done for specific communities? The answer is that offices were created to serve those who are hard to reach, as the people that you saw early today. A diversity of lived experiences, voices, and backgrounds. Those offices were not created to just serve a few. I actually have some printouts that I want to give you so that you learn what those offices have done for the community. They represented the Latino community, immigrants, refugees, LGBTQ, indigenous communities, Black, Asian neighborhoods, as the people who've spoken to you today. Why is Austin doing things differently than other cities in Texas and the U.S., and where they have merged different offices, including equity, into one department? This is not about how other cities do it. This is about leading by example and setting the stage of what's possible. Many offices have reached out to the equity office from Austin because they want to follow that standard. If you don't believe that, you can call City of Chicago, you can call City of Atlanta, you can call City of DC, and you can learn how they are following the model that we have here in Austin. I would also like to request that you incorporate the priorities of the community investment budget, which includes funding for inclement weather response, rental assistance, legal assistance for immigrants, and specifically funding to continue the guaranteed income pilot. And I have some printouts for you here with some of the learnings.
Thank you.
I don't know who I can give it to.
If you'll take it over there, she'll get it for you.
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you. Next speaker is Jasmine Wilson, John McMahon, Stephen Brown.
Hi, good evening, City Council members and esteemed Mayor Watson. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to address you today. I stand before you with a mixture of nerves, yet determined to get my point across. I am fully aware that this moment goes far beyond just me speaking my truth. I am here not only to represent myself, but I'm also here to lend a voice for those who lack the privilege to do so. My name is Jasmine Wilson, a proud Austinite, born and raised. I was from 78752, 78723, also known as St. John's Northeast, but you know it as District 1. I wear many hats in this community: business owner, community leader, worker, mother of 4, partner, friend, sister, the list goes on. I am the face of Austin. Take a moment, look at me with your heart, not with your bias, not with your judgment. I am the face of Austin. My passion for community activism and leadership was instilled in me by my mother, Etta Smith, who worked at the Railroad Commission for 13 years. She taught me at a very young age the value of serving others, which has become the guiding force to many of my actions. I can stand here before you today because of my mother, but also because of that community I come from. They supported me to succeed. As I review Austin's community investment budget, I can't help but to reflect on the opening statement. The city's budget is a reflection of our values. This budget is a declaration of our priorities, and the Equity Office guides and enforces those values and priorities. In short, I'm going to sum it up.
Please do.
Do not vote against this community investment budget. Vote against item 4. We need this support in our community so you can have more people like me to come out of a community where everything was against them.
Thank you,
and they
Speaker.
succeeded.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is John McMahon, Stephen Brown, Christian Shopey, and Robert Corbin.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name's John McMahon. I stand here opposed to Proposition 4 and in favor of the community plan. My question is, what problem do you hope to solve with this budget? Today marks my second year since moving here, and in the entire 2 years that I've lived in Austin, I have not seen one single problem that can be solved by a police officer. I have not encountered it. Maybe I'm fortunate, but it doesn't sound like I'm the only one here. Now, when I look into my neighborhood, I see other workers like me who are struggling to pay rent. when I look at my students, and I'm a teacher, by the way, when I look at my students, I see them struggling with mental illnesses, struggling with stress, and some of the older ones going through the mind-boggling idea that there might not even be an earth for them to inherit if we continue treating it the way we are. And then when I walk down our streets, I see throngs of homeless people who seem so separated from us, but any one of us could easily become one of them. We are one pandemic away from becoming one of them. We are one economic downturn away from becoming one of them. We are one interest rate hike away from becoming one of them. They are part of our community. If the problem you are trying to solve with the current proposed budget, if the community is that problem, that's great. But if you are actually trying to solve real problems, then I suggest you look at the community budget we proposed for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more speakers left. Stephen Brown, followed by Christian Shopey, Robert Corbin, Andy Coco, and Claire Morrow.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm a fourth-generation Austinite and a longtime resident of District 1. So as we work through this budget, I just want to remind this dais of the neglect and suffering that was caused to East Austinites by bad decisions of the past. The lack of diversity hires with the fire department, EMS, police department, and the lack of underfunding our libraries and parks and recreation departments like Givens Recreation Center are just to name a few of the poor decisions of the past. The city has acknowledged this history, and we have an opportunity to not repeat it. We can invest in things that matter to this community, and I ask that y'all listen to the will of the people. As we move towards a more just and inclusive and equitable Austin, we need to make sure we implement a budget that reflects that. A moderate budget, a progressive budget, but a pragmatic budget. I encourage this dais to not be distracted by the far left or the far right organizations or agendas that have their own ulterior motive. But I ask that they listen to the will of the everyday people, the everyday tax-paying citizen that's struggling and don't have the voice of some organization's ears or council member ears. I ask that y'all do your own homework and that y'all reach out to community members that have something to say and to contribute. Passing a budget that will serve all of us and make our lives efficient is what we are asking you guys to do. The city of Austin is tired of being, the community members of the city of Austin are tired of being taxed twice. We ask that you do your job. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Next speaker is Christian Shopey, followed by Robert Corbin and Andy Coco, and last speaker is Claire Morrell. If you are here, please make your way to the podium. Otherwise, that concludes all the speakers.
Yeah, I see two gentlemen that had been previously called.
Hang on, let her do that.
Please make your way to the podium and state your name.
Yes.
My name's Andy Coco. I spoke with y'all last Wednesday. I'm in District 1 and a homeowner. You've heard a lot of the same points today, y'all. Policing doesn't make us safer. Early childhood supports, equity offices, sustainability, civil rights, reentry programs, upstream and downstream services save lives in a housing crisis. Harm reduction reduces harm. Wages for EMS actually saves people. Climate change responsiveness also saves people. There's a lot of theme about people staying alive in Austin. I've had the extraordinary gift of being sucked into justice and care for a lot of issues for the last 20 years. I want to close our day together and note that the coalitions you've heard from today, actually there's multiple, they're kind of unicorns, y'all. It is unheard of for 40 plus organizations, and then actually more coalitions than that, to come together and say, this is what the community needs. This is what people need to survive. These are the people we're working with. This is what we're seeing. Here's a roadmap. Do you have any idea what it takes for this many people to agree on something? So I hope when you think about the sort of mass of people you've heard from today and some really similar thoughts coming your way, I hope that you remember that part of why you're hearing a lot of the same is because we spent the time, and these folks have worked together for some of them decades, to come to the table and agree on something together. I want you to think about housing and rental assistance well beyond the reach of the $65 million, early childhood supports, shade for people, and upstream supportive services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers that haven't spoken? Your name was likely already called, so just make your way to the podium.
Hi, my name is Claire Morel. I'm a non-resident, but I still decided to come today mostly because I almost worked with the Equity Office when it was first created, and ultimately decided that wasn't a good move for me. But I've been thinking about equity and equity in Austin for all my life and most of my career. So I just wanted to come and urge you to consider the real economics of this decision. And when I say real economics, I mean in the real world, where Texas exists entirely in relation to the rest of the world. And decisions about equity locally, that doesn't exist. To make a decision that impacts equity so massively, it's right now we're thinking about it in terms of here and here, the different Austins, but exacerbating the inequity between here and here creates inequity between here, all of us, Austin and Texas, with the rest of the world. And I think that the current climate and just the way that things are shifting, we're at a level of distrust in public institutions, social trust, where we really can't afford to send the message to the world that Austin, Texas doesn't understand equity and by extension, basic economics and how trust impacts economic growth, stability, resilience, everything on this level. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. If you signed up and your name has been called, but you haven't had a chance to speak, please make your way to the podium and state your name for the record.
Chaz Moore, District 3. Just got back from the African American Resource Advisory Commission meeting that was 30 minutes away for whatever reason. City budgets are the backbone of a community's development, and they play a critical role in addressing equity, which is the foundation of a just and inclusive society. Imagine a city such as Austin as a tapestry woven of threads of diverse communities, each unique needs and challenges. Equity demands that we ensure everyone has a fair shot at a prosperous life, regardless of their background, race, or socioeconomic status. City budgets are the tools that can either mend or exacerbate the inequalities within our society. City budgets determine where our resources are allocated. By prioritizing initiatives aimed at uplifting marginalized communities, we can break down the barriers hindering their progress. Increase funding for affordable housing, public transportation, and education, where we can as a city, can significantly improve the quality of life for the less fortunate, bridging the gap between the haves and have-nots. Furthermore, a well-designed budget can foster economic development in historically disadvantaged areas. By investing in businesses, infrastructure, and community programs in underserved neighborhoods, we create opportunities opportunities for job growth and prosperity, allowing individuals to escape the cycle of poverty. City budgets also reflect the values of our society when we allocate funds to programs that promote diversity, inclusion, and social justice. We send a powerful message about our commitment to a fairer future. Conversely, neglecting these issues and budgetary decisions perpetuates systemic disparities, perpetuating the divide between the privileged and the marginalized. Moreover, city budgets have the potential to reshape public safety strategies. Rather than merely pouring funds into traditional law enforcement, an equitable budget allocates resources to community-based alternatives that focus on prevention, rehab, and mental health support. This shift reduces the likelihood of discriminatory practices and fosters trust between law enforcement and the community that they serve. Equity is not just a buzzword, but a moral imperative. The decisions made in the city budgets can either cement the status quo of inequality or serve as a catalyst for positive change. I hope you all do the right thing. Stop doing what we've been doing. Let's make sure Austin continues to be a leader in progressive budgets.
Thank you, sir.
Support the community investment budget.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, I guess now. Thank you all. My name is Chris Harris. I live in District 9, and I'm the policy director with the Austin Justice Coalition. I'm here speaking against the proposed budget and for the community investment budget. This budget is an austerity budget. The budget that's been proposed to us is an austerity budget. We're in a city that's got crises with housing, both for those that are unhoused as well as with housing costs. We have a crisis, as many cities do, as it relates to substance use, overdose. We have crises as it relates to our preparedness for climate change, as we've seen with disaster striking us, both in the summer and in the winter. And now is not the time for austerity. Now is the time to support those that need the most support in our community, to ensure that they have the resources they need to get by, to protect their safety, and to reduce desperation in our community, to ensure that people in our community are not desperate, because that decreases the public safety for all of us. I want to thank the council members that have already started to lead on some amendments. Councilmember Vela of the rental assistance, as well as on shade, as well as on potentially moving out some of these HR and PIO positions. I think it's important for us to see that there's another opportunity there's a couple of big opportunities for funding the initiatives put forward in the community investment budget. Not only in the $39 million that's been set aside for the reserves to sit inside the city's own bank account. And was this money the reason that we weren't served when we were freezing inside of our homes? Was this the reason that we weren't served when trees were falling all over the community and the power went out? No, that's not what we were told. We were told that nonprofits, that community groups should take the lead. That's exactly what our city manager said. So this is the mentality that we have in our city. It's not that we don't have the resources now. We need to put more in the city's bank account. So we haven't been willing to put them to use for the good of our people. And so I want to ensure that we do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robert Corbin.
Bill Wallace, born and raised Austinite in District 1. I had the pleasure of working in District 1 currently. The youth that I serve are 98% of them are on some type of government assistance or free lunch. And you guys have a very hard job right now because everybody wants something, right? And politics says, who gets what and how much, and that's difficult. I'll get that to you guys. But I was asked a question here earlier today, and I ask it to you rhetorically. Why are people poor? Why are people poor? And if the answer is something around that, because there's inequities, because there has been advantages, that people are not all playing on the same playing field. If the answer resonates somewhere off in there, then I ask you to strongly consider investing in a community budget, right? Because if we don't invest in the marginalized amongst us, then what job have you done in answering the question of where resources go? Do they go back and create even stronger infrastructures for inequality and create bigger gaps in the city that's already struggling with huge gaps depending on what side of a highway that you live on? And so this is something that you got to wrestle out, right? And it's hard because everybody's asking you. It's not just us. It's other people asking you as well. So what you do with these resources? Do you give 40% of the budget to the police department when the city has voted resoundingly over and over again that they don't want to be over police?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Robert Corbin.
Robert Corbin from District 5. Sensible people know that without sufficient policing, you don't have civilization. So please increase our police budget by a large amount. Animal Services want a 12% budget boost, like every year the highest percent raise of all departments. Instead, their entire budget should be cut by half or more. Easy to do once you get rid of that hypocritical idiocy known as no kill, which over the years, by dumping 100,000 dogs on our city, has led to mass murder. Very evident in city animal shelter food warehouses full of murdered salmon, chicken, pigs, and cows. And after every adoption, most every dog food purchase sends a command down the line for another murder to be committed on behalf of every saved dog. Some of the worst implications are virgin rainforest raised to pasture animals to be murdered for dogs. Thus, indigenous peoples are displaced directly or indirectly, and habitat critical for endangered animals and biodiversity is no more. Ways our area has been affected by dog culture are: dogs have legally seized as off-leash special spots like Red Bud Isle. Incivility and lawlessness by dog owners are epidemic in our parks. People are afraid to go to some parks or to bring their children. People bitten or injured by dogs in our parks is epidemic. Wildlife is stressed, deer are often chased. Riparian areas along our creeks become eroded polluting zones. Waters and lands are being polluted. Tax money is spent to remediate damage, like the $1.5 million foolishly being thrown away for poison algae control in our lake. Dogs posing as service dogs are violating our health codes and civil codes. And most stunning, 2 or 3 full-time police officers plus the staff at APD investigate dog abandonment at a cost of at least $500,000 yearly. So please kill, no kill. It's ridiculous policy.
You, sir.
That concludes all the speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I want to say thank you on behalf of the entire council to all of the speakers who participated today. As we've said several times before, we will not actually vote on the budget today. The vote on the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget is scheduled for August 16th, 2023, and the 17th and 18th if necessary. It'll be here in City Hall at 301 West 2nd Street, Austin, Texas, and it'll begin at 10 a.m. The council, as I indicated, the council budget discussions and voting, if necessary, will continue to August 17th and 18th. Without objection, the public hearing is now closed, but the public will be allowed to speak when we take action on the budget on August 16th or, as I indicated, the 17th and 18th if we need that discussion. The chair recognizes Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, and I would like to also close this out, but I do have 3 questions for the city manager based on some of what we heard today. There were 3 resolutions that I passed, and one was related to Narcan on April 13th of 2023. We got a lot of questions about harm reduction today, and there was a follow-up that was supposed to happen in part of the executed resolution set for July 28th, 2023. Part of that was so that we could understand as a council if we had funding available for that, where it was coming from, et cetera. So if you could get back to us on that before we vote on the budget, that would be great, and I think it would provide clarity to the community. Another one that I brought forward in September of 2022 was related to human trafficking. I would like an update on where we are with implementing those policy-related changes so that if we need to put funding towards that, that's something we can also discuss. And then finally, the cold weather shelter resolution that I brought forward in February of 2022, we have also not gotten an update on, and I'm concerned that if we don't get it before November 15th, then we won't have time to get an RFP in place when the cold weather's here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We'll get you that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember. Members, for us and the public, let me point out Thursday, while it was posted as a council meeting, work session, Thursday, we will not be meeting. That will be a work day for the council members and for staff to work on answering questions. Friday, August 4th, at 6 o'clock is the goal for us to have all of our budget questions into staff so that they'll be in a position to try to answer those. Monday, August 7th, that is at 6 o'clock p.m. That's the goal of having proposed budget amendments and IFCs filed. I'll put on the message board, but as you know, you can file your amendments with the budget office and your IFCs with the agenda office. But I also would request that we put those on the message board for ease of the public to have the chance to see those. Tuesday, August 8th, will be what we're calling a question and answer work session, where we'll have the opportunity to have our professional staff here and work through questions and follow-ups to those questions, or make sure that people understood what the questions were. And if desired, we will also have an opportunity to talk about amendments that we've seen that have been filed prior to that time. Thursday, August 10th, will be an amendment IFC day, where members will lay out their amendments, proposed amendments and proposed IFCs, so that the council can work through questions, make comments, and have discussion about those proposed amendments and IFCs. And hopefully, there will be enough time for staff to have been able to provide us some fiscal notes if those amendments have fiscal notes. Then, of course, the 16th is set for when we will vote on the budget. That will be the next time that the public will be heard. And if we need the days, because we need to pass it on all three readings, we will have the 17th and Friday the 18th available. With that, if there is no objection, we are adjourned. It is 7:19 p.m. Councilmember Harper Madison, are you wishing to be recognized?
Absolutely not. Mr. Mayor, that was the peace sign.
Oh, well, I'll take
saying
that.
good night.
In the legislature, that's a no vote, and I thought maybe you were voting no on adjournment. Without objection, we are adjourned at 7:20 p.m. Thanks, everybody, and thanks everybody that participated in this day. It was a good work session.